we will be interviewing.
Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG. And today we are back playing Titan Quest 2, Day 2 of their new update, which introduced the Forge, Charms, and Relics. This is the first Minion class that has come to the game, and we are almost through full clear of Act 1. Now, I will say it at the beginning of stream, and then we'll move past it. I fully intended that today would be a last epoch stream day. I felt overwhelmingly confident that today EHG would put out their detailed post on Season 4, 5, and expansion with the new roadmap. To my surprise, there has been no communication Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So we wait for tomorrow. So that's it. Look at the pinned comment. We're not talking about the roadmap today. Said early next week. Hi, Aaron. Hi. Hi.
We're here for the cult stuff.
What's up, West? No roadmap. No. Aaron, stop yelling. I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling. I dated a girl that communicated like EHG. Oh, brother. Stay positive. Or mostly positive of a little positive. Someone say roadmap. Good morning, War Sign. Good morning, Bamster. What's up? What up? Who do we got here? Happy Monday. Hopefully no canceled dev stream on Friday. Cajun, Guilty, Cyberman, what's up? Devil Dog, Plunder, Big Guy, Brow, Diesel, good morning. Battle Bunny, sorry, good afternoon.
No, listen. Listen. Okay.
Nash, Shmi, good afternoon. Luz, good afternoon. Don't laugh at that. Nash, I already said Slider, Guilty. Good afternoon, guys. Sensation, hello. Toxic, yo, Seb. Slider, Divine, Neon Prime, good afternoon. Marek, Flibble, hello. What's up, O? Battle Bunny, good afternoon. Who else is here? Diarrhea Trap, also known as Taco Bell. What up? Rotten Gamer, where's the roadmap? Banana Jar, hey guys. I don't know where the roadmap is. I just sit here, and as you guys know, I am an overwhelmingly positive person. And I think about all the socials of EHG melting. And I think that we're supposed to be getting this communication early this week, Monday, Tuesday. And every day that goes by is a day closer to the Game Awards. It's a day closer to Diablo 4 Season 11. It's a day closer to Path of Exile 2, The Last Druid. And it's another, like, wasted opportunity. I just don't understand. I don't understand. You know, if you're running a business or managing a business and everything is on fire, right? Every once in a while, you got to pivot. Every once in a while, you got to pull an audible. Guys, we are not going to bed. We are working overtime until this communication is ready. We're working this weekend until this communication is ready. We are putting it out Monday morning so our community knows what's going on. I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Do you think D4 shadow dropping Paladin? I don't know. I think D4 is doing something. I mean, I think there is no way that they have made a decision to launch Season 11 after the Game Awards. Like, the whole idea is that, yeah, we're trying a new time zone for multiple places. It's coming, Aaron, just more patience. I know. There's got to be something cooking in the background. There's no, there got to be something cooking in the background. Has to be. Call Judd up. We know you have him on speed dial. I'm not bugging Judd. They want to do it right this time. That's all, isn't it? I hope so. I mean, I'm sure they always want to do it right. They're crossing their T's and dotting their I's. Titan Quest music's so good. Yes, it is. Yeah, I've already got Try up. So we'll put him little screen in the corner to hear his interview, as long as it's entertaining and value added. It'll be something lame for D4, announcement of the expansion. Okay, so think logically for a second. You're Blizzard Entertainment, and you have paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for marketing during the Game Awards. You've also announced that Season 11 is dropping immediately after the Game Awards. Like, if you are not, I mean, you're paying for that marketing opportunity. So it's got to be, they're not going to announce like a new reliquary level or something. It's got to be, I mean, I would think it would be something substantial. The fact that it's leaked Paladin is dropping out of nowhere, that would make sense. I mean, that would make sense to me. That would make sense to me. I played the first act of PoE 2 yesterday. Did you? Wait a second. Hold on. Brow, you played the entire Act 1 of PoE 2 and beat the wolf and progressed to Act 2. No way. I don't believe you. Blizzard will announce a new class for Diablo Immortal. That's possible, but that doesn't make sense for Season 11. You should have heard Gazzy. It didn't sound very exciting. He just couldn't tell us. Okay. Oh, Titan Quest 2. What's up, Gain? If they are dropping an expansion pre-order after the Game Awards, I wonder how that does. Okay, I could see that. Expansion pre-order, and the Game Awards will announce or show the trailer for the expansion, which has the Paladin. I could see that. You played it on Steam Deck, PoE 2. Sounds like they are syncing up with the US and China releases. I wonder if they're going to drop something small. Okay, I mean, I guess that's true too. I know the music is really good. I'm told it's the pre-order and Paladin is playable if you pre-order. Well, nobody would do that because that would mean that they're locking the Paladin behind paid content. So that would literally, the game would get blacklisted. They're not going to do that. Everybody knows that. It may not be a new class, but they're definitely shadow dropping something for Season 11. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to delay it. Yeah. Oh, really? Yes, Guilty. Canadian guy, hello. Where have you been? How's it going, sir? Good to see you. Is this the new EHG roadmap? Wait, is the new EHG roadmap tomorrow? It has to be tomorrow. If it's not tomorrow, I am now officially a liar. But they locked the Spiritborn behind paid content. Yeah, I mean, yeah. People must have rioted. Roadmap is a banned word, correct. I can't get into Titan Quest 2, maybe full release. Titan Quest 2's fun change of pace game. Visuals are nice, it's slower, great music, good dialogue. It's fun. The difference is Diablo never promised their player base that they would never charge for content. Do you think that that's what the outcry is? That the core player base of EHG feels lied to? I can tell you that I've read probably 500 messages, and a little bit, I get a little bit of that, but there is, I would say, 50 times X pay to win, paid contents is filthy, of that kind of stuff. No, it's not the main reason at all. King, what's up? How's it going? New paid class, imagine the backlash. Yep. Anyways, I wasn't planning on playing Titan Quest 2 today. The fact that there is no news from EHG, we're booting up Titan Quest once again. Shin, what's up? This is our Forge class, Forge Master. I've only selected one mastery, and we are playing full minions. Sladra says it's just an Amazon pet they will announce with the expansion. Oh, geez. Aaron, give us hope. Listen, I told you right at the beginning of stream, I said it. I anticipated playing Last Epoch today because I thought we were going to have all the news. I don't know why. I was so pigeon-chested thinking it's gonna be today. I really, really thought that. I really thought that. I was very, very wrong, which just goes to show I don't know. I don't know what's happening. All right, let's go here. Really, I thought it was a 5% chance today, 95% tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I really thought it was today. Aaron, my unbiased opinion of PoE 2 is it feels like two games. You have this fun action game with good combat, smooth control, and okay systems. Then you have the slog of a design, TPing back to base every 10 minutes to break items down, playing Tetris in my inventory, and unable to pivot if I don't like the choice I made. It's fair. Aaron's becoming a clickbait streamer. Who, me? What did I say? How's the Forge class? I was a bit disappointed. I mean, the minions are OP. For sure. I mean, at least in Act 1. Nah, he's a bot streamer. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. That's a better way to put it. Okay. There's only one quest I haven't knocked out in Act 1. We're doing full map clears. We need to go into the cemetery. So we're going to knock out the cemetery, and then I've already got the waypoint to the temple. So we will do that and then start Act 2. What are the odds we're getting the roadmap today? 0. I shouldn't say 0. 0.1%. 0.1% we're getting the roadmap today.
Not while the dead walk.
What were you thinking, sending Nephilim in alone?
She knows what she's
Badger,
doing.
but I would.
She's put more skeletons to
I
rest
was
than
literally.
Finally, someone the dead.
I was so
You trying to
confident.
fight
I
the
literally
undead,
have
Helica?
OBS open,
You can't nag them
my
back to
lights
their
on,
graves, you know?
ready to record. I'm like looking at Discord. 10 a.m., 10:01, 10:02, 10:03, 10:04, 10:05. I like those odds. If it's past 1 p.m., you ain't getting it. Yeah, you're not getting it.
God's watch over you and Nephilim's family has been...
Yes,
You know
yes,
how, I've
yes.
never seen the dead this angry, though.
God's watch over you and Nephilim...
Shoot him, shoot him. Hello, Titan Quest 2, I see. That looks good. Do you like it? Yeah, I've already beaten the campaign like 10 times in Titan Quest. We are playing their newest update. This introduced their first minion class, the Forge. It's like the engineer class in the game. So you can make traps, you can make sentries. Right now we're all in on sentries. And yeah, you can't respec your mastery right now in the game. So we're checking out the Forge. And we're doing full map clears. We are getting it on Wednesday. Wednesday to Friday, what? Maybe they're waiting till the second 11th hour, 11 p.m. So this was the point that I was making. The reason why I felt so sure is obviously it didn't come Friday, didn't come Saturday, didn't come Sunday. And this week is like packed. Like packed. So every day that goes by that EHG does not post the update is a day closer to the Game Awards and a day closer to Diablo 4 Season 11 and a day closer to PoE The Last Druids. So it's like,
Wow. Help.
because if you launch the communication into all that, it'll just get gobbled up, right? So if it dropped today, you'd have all Monday, you'd have all Tuesday, you'd have all Wednesday for content creators and people to look at it and cover it to give you maximum time to check it out. Where it's just going to get lost in the minutia if it drops later in the week. I just that's why I figured.
Including the...
Still locked?
Including the...
I love the Forge, the Ballista, and they do all the work. Yes, they do. I already lost all hope for Ellie. Why? I wouldn't blink if the roadmap dropped next year.
Quick, use the incense.
You think to send us away with sweet incense? We will never retreat.
I thought PoE 2's Friday. Is it Thursday? I thought it's Friday. EHG regularly does things that make sense, so this is uncharacteristic of them. They should be legit paying you. Why are you not working for their marketing? I don't need to work for their marketing. I don't know. So yeah, Friday. Ellie was and still is a fun game. Yeah. D4 is Thursday with the Game Awards, right? And PoE 2 is Friday. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, hey, guys. I think some of you will like this. So for the Thanks-a-thon, which kicks off on Friday, the new event, everybody's been saying you should have a clock. So all the scenes, I added a clock. A clock? I like that. Yes. A giveaway clock. Bingo. Yep. I added a giveaway clock. Nice. So that way you guys feel at home with a clock, but it's not going to throw people off that we're looking for donations. See? Clock hype. Now what we need to do is it counts up every time someone subscribes. No. Now I can donate. No, that's not what That's not the purpose. Gosh. And it's not a fence clock. Yes, the fence will be there. My wife's like, you're going to do the fence again? What if it's like raining and snowing? I was like, that's exactly what they want. They're hoping it's raining and snowing.
Another hero's grave. Let's hope this one gives us less trouble than the last.
Wait, you guys don't actually want that, right? Oh, yes. Oh, brother. With thunder and hail.
When I'm done fighting,
They
our
will
only friends
be
will
donating
close.
just because it's there. It says very specifically, and it's a countdown to
Champion
next
of our
giveaway.
ceremonies. When my sharp bronze spear
Aaron
gets
builds a
me in
snowman.
flesh,
Don't give him
their
ideas. I'm not
families
building a
wept.
snowman.
But everyone must meet their fate eventually.
What game is the subathon for?
Breaking.
I'm not. All right, Brow. Wasn't really feeling the forge. How does the summon scale? I am scaling based upon activations is what I am doing. And then the gear, your gear actually has summons. So for example, this bow has 47% increased summons damage. So I'm always looking. Summons resistance, summons health, summons attack speed, summons increased damage. So that's what I'm looking for. You must eat yellow snow every time you die. What? I don't remember that in the rules. When will Titan Quest 2 be finished? I don't know. So right now we have 2 acts of the campaign. I believe it's a 4 or 5 act campaign. And I don't think they know if the game's gonna like have end game or anything. So it is progressing nicely. Their communication's been good. The updates they have dropped have worked and functioned. So, I mean, if
A hero's grave.
it was a
Better
year,
prepare
year and a
for a
half,
fight.
that's probably
Do you think you can best me at
realistic.
feats of cunning?
And it's not a live service game, yeah. Just make your own yellow snow with some orange syrup. That's the plan.
Strike while the enemy's weak.
At least you will have new track shoes for fence runs. Guys, when I die and go to the fence, we're going to be playing PoE 2. As you guys know, I do not die when I play Path of Exile 2. So I doubt that there's going to be many fence runs, you know? Guys. Guys. Why is Cajun laughing? I'm serious this time. Oh, God. What? Sure. Wait, they're all laughing. There's nothing I can say that doesn't sound weird. I pray one day Ellie Monolith will get fixed for multiplayer. That's your hope. That's your hope. Now I really can't die.
Caution. Aristophanes
Yeah,
is a
okay,
legend
wishful
for a
thinking.
reason.
Haven't you ever heard the
have
power of
gifts of the
positive
gods,
thinking?
But be careful.
Oh.
Whoever you are, stand
How
down.
long do you expect this
My
subathon
companions
to
tell me
last?
more
Coffee and a straitjacket.
And we will do it again.
I have a goal of 7 days,
This
but I
army
mean,
of dead
you know,
can't tell an Ichthian
we'll
from
see
a
how it
priestess.
goes.
They'll
It's not
slaughter
we're not
everything that
looking for any
lives.
donations.
King here,
So
King's duty
Aaron's
is
gonna
to
go
protect
hardcore
his
then. Wait,
people,
what?
And you will not stand in my way.
I say we the audience picks your class so you don't pick an OP class
Face my army.
and die at the fence the whole time. I don't even Ron Gamer, you've been here so long and I feel like you don't know me. You're afraid I'm gonna pick an OP. I don't even know what an OP class is in PoE 2. I don't even know what you're talking about.
And I was born yet.
I played Reapers in
Even
PoE
great
1.
heroes are not immune to delusions of grandeur. The dead should rest now, at least.
All right. Done. My thought is Wolfpack. Yeah. Ellie Minion Pinata game. Remember when you went fake F tier Barv in D4? Yes, I did that as well. I did that as well. What's up, Odin? Odin, before you say anything, look at the pinned comment. So just go ahead and read that to yourself. OP would be anything shock or lightning based. All right, I'm not playing anything shock or lightning based. Melee minions, Wolfpack. That's fair, right? I got memes ready to go. Don't. We're having a nice, relaxing stream. We don't need any Last Epoch memes or subathon talks or roadmaps or anything. I'm gonna go water my plants in PoE 2. What? All right. Full map clear. Done. We have officially cleared every quest, I believe, in Act 1 and uncovered every single part of the map, including all side bosses. Bada-rum-pum-pum. I might find out today if wolves are companions or minions. All right. Was there a big update for Titan Quest? So we just their last update was dropped on Friday. Last Friday. I think it was last Friday, something like that. And it introduced the new mastery, the Forge, which introduced sentries, blade traps, ironclad, chains, some pretty fun skills. So this is what we've been playing. I've only picked one mastery. You can't respec masteries right now. So I was like, okay, I'm only going to pick Forge so that later on I don't have to start over again when they introduce another minion class. Because supposedly they're introducing another minion class. But yeah, so far it's been fine. Well, you are having the subathon because there be a clock. No. Talkative tries, dev chat with Jonathan starts in 29 minutes. Yeah, everybody, I know there's people that have lots of opinions of Talkative Try, which is fine. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Got to give him credit where credit is due. He has landed another interview with game director Jonathan Rogers for Path of Exile 2. I've already got his stream queued up, so we will watch a little of his interview with JR and see how it goes. So we'll be playing some Titan Quest, and we'll watch Try's interview and see how it goes. Interview with JR sounds like torture. Game director for PoE 2. That's a hard interview to get. It's a hard interview to get. What's wrong with Talkative Try? Nothing. I have nothing wrong with Talkative Try. Me and him joke that he's me of PoE 2, or I'm him of LE. Like we're the nice guy shills. Everybody knows that. The man with the vision? Yeah, exactly. Stop liking Talkative Try, but always good to hear from the devs. Yeah. Guilty. Some people view Try with PoE like Aaron and viewed an LE. Yeah, correct. Except Aaron only has one hated game, Core Punk. Don't bring up Core Punk. Luz might be listening. I mean, you did say it's the worst ever in history, the roadmap. The roadmap that Last Epoch produced on their last communication. I thought that Diablo 4's Fire roadmap was the worst ever. EHG holds the record for the worst released roadmap since I've covered content creation. It is the absolute worst I've ever seen. Ever. That is so bad.
How deep does this temple go?
Heaven forbid a creator is actually positive more than negative doesn't mean they also don't say what's wrong. I know. We need to change what? Wait, what? Hopefully they will redeem themselves this week. I hope so. I thought they were going to redeem themselves today. All right, we are in the temple. This is the final area for Act 1. Again, we have done a full clear. Aaron, you owe me cookies. No. If the roadmap does not drop tomorrow from EHG, you guys all said you're going to blame me because I was the one that said it's coming Monday, Tuesday. Are you liking the game? I'm liking it. I just suck. It's going to drop tomorrow. Okay, you guys aren't gonna hold me accountable, right? You're not gonna blame me, right? Right? Guys, who else would we blame? Grab the torches, guys, and the pitchforks.
Harbingers of Retribution. Here. This
The roadmap and Chaos Monk leaks weren't accurate. You will be to blame. Tar and feather time.
I didn't think Nemesis realized you were still alive. So if her harbingers aren't here for you, what are they here for?
Talkative Try got booed and memed in Discord from rage quitting his live stream reacting to Ziz's interview with PoE 2. When Zizarin interviewed Jonathan Rogers after the debacle of Dawn of the Hunt. Is that what we're talking about, game? Isn't Aaron EHG's Energizer Bunny? Who else is there to
The
blame?
intruder approaches.
Oh, brother.
So, it re-
What game is this? Today we're playing Titan Quest 2. And in 22
Who in the
minutes,
world
we'll
was he?
continue to play Titan
armor
Quest
was
2.
Spartan, but
And we're going to watch
it
the
wasn't human.
new interview with Jonathan Rogers on PoE 2 with Talkative Try. That is the plan for the day. My whole day got flipped upside down because I had a different plan, but that's okay. Those summon ballistas are OP. What? They don't even do any damage. They barely. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. You think 3 years to finish this game? Shoot him! Shoot him! We gotta go down. My question is, will they have crafting in this game? Is there? You're right. There's no crafting right now. Yeah, interview starts 21 minutes, right? I've already got his stream queued up, so I could switch to it like in a second. Mr. Logout, hello. In case you are curious, I have pinned a comment that you would like to read if you want. Just so you're aware. That pinned comment is a lie. Sorry, not listening. La, 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 la. I hate crafting. You don't like crafting?
Your friend winds another way. Another way.
So no communication yet. No. No. Actually, my inventory's...
Listen.
Aaron, sorry, I just had to feed the flames. I'm responsible adult with an income. So I'm not all pitchfork. I just want a good game. Wait, what game are we? Oh, isn't... Oh, Energizer Bunny. Yeah. Is Last Epoch not a good game? Define good game. My expectations for point 3 was just checking asynchronous trade, but then loot started dropping and I didn't have to kite white mobs around, so you're all happy. Expedition 33, is that the definition of a good game? That's a good game. Ellie's already a good game. People are just pissed it's not PoE.
Keep your... If you need good, admit it as soon as that's fit.
What do we got? Summons increased health. Might. I'll take the health. Shield. Summons attack speed. Might. Take the glancing blow. All right. right, could sell the rest.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
Desperate times call for bold measures.
Where can we find your mailing list asking for a friend?
Have you ever
Oh,
dabbled
brother. You're not sending me a pitchfork, are you? Maybe. All right, interview starts in 17 minutes. I'm angry that Ellie doesn't make more content and doesn't fix/polish old content. I cry when I do arena because I like that idea so much. And Jerry, I would take a wild guess it's because you're comparing it to only Path of Exile, right? So if you took out Path of Exile, which most people consider the best, and you compared Last Epoch to Torchlight, Chaos Bane, Inquisitor Martyr, Wolcen, Hero Siege, Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Diablo Immortal, Slowromancer, Chronicon, Grim Dawn, Titan Quest 2, Titan Quest 1, then where would Ellie fall? Still garbage? Is it still garbage? Because that's normally what I hear. It's just like direct comparisons to Path of Exile, but none of the other games. Grim Dawn's the best all around? Wait, what am I doing? Why wouldn't you compare it to the best? I mean, you think that's fair? I mean...
That tendril of dark energy. It looks like it came from Nemesis. She's definitely been here. She mustn't want anyone getting through.
The best is subjective. Look for another way through the temple. Yeah, I'm playing just the new update for Titan Quest 2. I don't play other ARPGs. Out of all the rest, Ellie is probably the best. But in your head, you are comparing it to Path of Exile, right? I would say Magic Legends is the best. Yeah, Magic Legends and Superfuse are the best. Man, could you imagine that expectation? Think about the new Moon Beast game that's going to be an action RPG, or Dragonkin, or Titan Quest 2. Any developer out there that wants to make an action RPG. And it's like, well, Titan Quest isn't as good as PoE. Why the hell would anybody play it? What a, like, that is a, I don't agree with that at all. That's, I don't agree with that notion. Like, why wouldn't Last Epoch be compared to PoE? It's the best. Like, okay. Okay. Come here, spiders. No rest for the wicked can become something really exceptional if they nail it. I like Wicked. Yeah, I like Wicked. What minions are you playing? I only see traps and totems from Forge Master. Maybe I'm missing something? No, I'm gonna die! I'm playing sentries. The age of ARPG is on a downward spiral. Time for RTS to make a return. RTS will never make a return. I'm gonna buy the new Dawn of War for sure when it comes out, but RTS, I don't think RTS ever comes back because it's too hard to monetize. So Sentry is a minion. Yeah, it's a summons. Yeah, it's a summons. Anymore, season 2 was great. Season 3 was smaller. It was still good. Is there skeletons or golems? No, not yet. No, not yet. RTS kind of replaced by MOBAs. Yeah, I could see that. Tempest Rising's not too bad. Tempest Rising, Stormgate. Yeah, these are all different ones. Oh, we got to go this way. Shh, RTS never coming back. Grizzly Adams had a beard. Grizzly Adams did have a beard. So there's a reason why RTS took such a downward spiral, and that is because it's hard to monetize. So like when you're looking at live service games, it's hard to sell cosmetics in a game like that. Very hard to balance. Most RTS, you want some kind of competitive play style, and younger generations do not play real-time strategy. They don't, you know, the attention span, it's my gosh, I'm literally running in circles because I'm not paying attention. This way. What about bosses in this game? Are they any good? No. I mean, Pan is a good fight. I like the Pan fight a lot. They're okay. The boss fights are okay. Nothing too, like, nothing PoE 2 like. Yeah, I'm hoping the new Dawn of War is good. That's what I'm hoping for. Shoot the void, people. Aren't I supposed to click on this? Oh, I missed one. There we go. I'm hoping the Ellie announcement tomorrow is good. Dude, it better be good. It better be good. Civ 6 RTS. Civ 6, wasn't Civ 6 a big bomb? Didn't it bomb? Pew, pew. Look at those sentries. All I really need is an announcement of a date. That's what I said. The number one thing I want from the LE announcement is time frames. People really like Enshrouded. What's your opinion on Titan Quest 2 so far? This is what I like about Titan Quest 2. It's very change of pace. Game is beautiful. Combat's pretty solid. Character customization is okay. Good sound design. It's a nice, it's just like a, it's a fun change of pace game. If you're into like zoom, you know, clear the screen, 10,000 enemies, righteous fire, I can't see what's happening, you will hate this game. If you're into sound design, level design, visuals, you'll really like it. It's just different. Sad Sack, what's up? Super Noob, how's it going? Hello. Shouted is insane for a sandbox. Yeah, that's what I hear. I might try the Forge plus Warfare masteries after I finish with playing only the Forge. Yeah, so my plan is I'm not going to pick a second mastery. I'm only going to play the Forge. And then they mentioned that they're creating another Minion class. So that's one that drops. I'll grab the new Minion class so we can compare them. Did the devs share if there's going to be any endgame? Yeah, I don't know if they do endgame with this. I don't know. Yeah, I think a lot of these developers are moving away from live service based upon popularity and cost.
Titan,
so,
Ica.
you know, Dragonkin,
Nemesis'
Titan
lieutenant
Quest,
mentioned
Moon Beast,
Could
all
that
these
be
games,
what they're
everyone's
after?
moving away from live service. Shoot him. Pew, pew. Yeah, if I was developing a game right now, it would not be live service. Oh yeah, no way. No way. I mean, they could do what's that 2000s looking game? What? Be back in a bit. Work meeting. All right. Interview starts in 7 minutes. Everyone, I'm going to continue to grind through Titan Quest 2, but we will be watching the Talkative Try Jonathan Rogers interview in the corner screen. So I'm going to have that up so we can listen. Doesn't need to be live service. Could be tons of endgame content with expansions. Sure. Yeah, for sure. For PoE 2. PoE 2. Wait, what am I?
Keep striking the barrier, troops. Don't slow down. Its power can't you survive.
I'm back.
Perhaps there is more to you. The way you move.
Yes,
Keep
yes,
up.
yes.
Goodbye. Troops, I must depart to speak to our mistress. Spend your strength against the god-marked mortal.
Come and get me.
Make Nemesis proud.
I wanted to try Grim Dawn, but it's so dated. Feels like it was robbing a museum. What are you talking? What are you talking about? Came out in 2016. It's had 3 expansions.
She seeks the power of the Titans. She seeks to wipe away the gods.
So, Jiri, for you, the number one thing is visuals. Like, is that your number one criteria? Like, first thing you look at? I was wondering if you'd add a slide bar to your builds for the website. It's just, we've looked at it. It's just a slide bar if you're talking about, like, for example, the passives. It's, you have to add, almost 50 images to each build. It's just like, it is a huge visual load on the back end. That's why it's not there. And it's, 100 times more work. We're just not there yet. Because when you have a slider like that, Super Noob, it's literally you load one image that has 1 dot, then you load a second image that has the second dot. It's like a flip book. It's a flip book. That's how the websites do it, just so you know. Shoot him. Give me that.
It seems that you're getting used to this.
Your fate awaits you.
Almost there. Point me in the right direction. Freaking exploding boxes. Grim Dawn art style is very inconsistent. The environments are okay, but some of the enemy models are scuffed and particle shading effects. Okay.
Well, at least we've made it further than Nemesis's harbingers. That's a good
right.
sign. Her lieutenant was unsettling. Once he tells Nemesis we're alive, she'll be coming after us again. If
Luz,
the
how are you
Morai
doing
can't
today?
help us, we're doomed.
We are doomed. Nemesis, harbingers. Guys, don't start talk. We're not talking LE today.
need to wait.
Read the pinned comment. Sorry, I don't know why I'm screaming. Everything's okay.
Find us.
You look different today, Aaron. No glasses. It says roadmap. Okay, you're right. It does say that. All right, let me get this interview queued. Look at that speed.
All right, we're going to do an audio test, and we'll get going. Here you go. Oh, all right. I just enabled your audio. You should be good to go.
All right. All good. All right.
Nope.
How does he sound?
So, yeah, I'm John. Hopefully everyone thinks it sounds all right. I've got my microphone just propped up on a box here, so hopefully it's, you know, I don't have a good audio setup in my, at home.
We cannot hear. We cannot hear. Good,
Oh.
good. Okay, they're good. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good? All right. All right. I think we are good to go then. Sweet. All right. I will do a little bit louder. All right. I'll do a little bit louder. I'll do it via Discord. Right here. All right. All right. Give me one more test for chat.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on PoE 2. That's what I normally say when I'm doing these.
Perfect. All right. Perfect. All right. All right. I'll do a silly YouTube intro and we'll hop right into it, man. Thank you for doing this as always. It's always a pleasure.
No problem.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Exiles, welcome to yet another episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the game director on Path of Exile 2, Jonathan Rogers, to talk all things 0.4, Fate of the Val, the last of the Druids. There's a lot packed into this update. But before we get to all that's packed into it and many burning community questions on it, I did want to take a few minutes to talk about what's not packed into it, okay? And that's obviously the endgame, right? Endgame was slated to have a big revamp for 0.4. It was pushed to 0.5. You guys were very upfront about that. Now, one question I've seen a lot in the community is, given in 0.3, you guys did push a good chunk of substantive endgame changes in that 0.1 update that ended up being pretty positively received. Do you know if there's any chance or opportunity for a 0.1 patch for 0.4 wherein you do make some endgame alterations?
We certainly could do that, but if we're doing that, it'll be because we're seeing feedback about, you know, more mechanical things as opposed to content. Like, one of the big things that we, like, you know, that's supposed to be coming for the end game is a lot more content stuff and, you know, change to the Atlas tree and that kind of thing. So I don't think we'd be doing that in like a 0.4.1 type update. It's more about like, if there's something that's like going wrong with what we've got, or like, you know, things where we're like, you know, we're unhappy with,
learning,
you know, the current way it's working. That's the kind of changes that we would then do in a 0.4.1. So yeah, but in terms of like content, those would usually be for the, you know, the larger kind of releases. So that's where we'll be seeing that.
That makes total sense and expected from me. Then the systems that you currently have implemented, the Arbiter of Ash, okay? He has this new reward to beating him. You unlock rare tablets, so you can use the maps a lot more than you could previously in 0.31. Now, the Arbiter, unless there are some secret changes not in the patch notes, is still an RNG-gated pinnacle boss. You have to go out from the middle of the Atlas, you got to find the citadels, and I got to say, just from my own personal experience and many anecdotes I've seen across, people will get to level 92, 93, pushing out, looking at the Burning Monolith, and they will not find the Arbiter. Do you guys have any changes planned there, especially now that he's locking behind such a substantial piece of endgame juicing content?
So think that in 031 we did. I can't remember whether it was in 031 or whether it might have gone. We did improve the like the number of them quite a lot. It's actually like it is random right now, but it's the plan is to like. I mean, one of the things we want to do when we're improving the end game is we've talked before about how we want to improve the feeling of not having goals, and one of the ways to do that is to kind of questify some of the mechanics for like the various league mechanics and so on. So they've kind of got like predefined places where you can kind of do those things like at the start, right? So the idea would be like at the start there's kind of a quest line. It's going to tell you, you need to go here and do this, that kind of thing, and then it's only once you reach the end of that kind of quest line element that you would then get the sort of full random like stuff. And so that would mean that like for the first time that you fight a lot of this content, there'd be a predefined way to do that. The challenge part is kind of intermixing the kind of random elements of the end game in with like a kind of a more of a storyline type, you have to do this then that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we've got like going on, what we hope to do later, and that will mean that you no longer have that RNG element as much for some of that stuff that's sort of imperative to do. But the thing is that like I still don't want it to be that when you start the end game, it's just like a completely predefined experience like the campaign. There needs to be an element of randomness to it. So it's really just a question of like how to kind of get those mixed elements. But yeah, one thing I can mention, I don't know if if people know exactly how this works, but there are these like macro blocks in the in the random algorithm that it uses, and within one of those we do guarantee actually, how does it work exactly? There's something like there's an arbiter like out of one in every two macro blocks. And like within a macro block, it's like a certain defined area. You're always going to find all three citadels. So like it's kind of like it's not fully random. Like we have sort of like toned down the randomness compared to how it was like right in the beginning. But I do understand you can still have a situation where like just due to unluckiness, you kind of like go right between two of the blocks. You don't really know. I mean, they're not obvious, right? So that can kind of mean that you can still feel quite unlucky, even though technically there's kind of a defined rate of them that you'll get.
Right. Okay. All right, yeah, I just know a lot of people are probably going to end up trading for fragments if they're playing with the market and stuff like that. So hopefully with 0.5 we get the improved, like more like you said, streamlined for.
I think that you'll appreciate that the changes that are coming as far as like the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay, a few more end game things that I just wanted to touch on here. There's also been a lot of people asking about a greater zoom for the Atlas, since there's so many nodes and everything. Is there any plan on making that happen?
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so this is something that I can now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so and I honestly at this point I should probably check again and see what the performance is like if we allow greater zoom. It really is just a performance concern, so we can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but I'm sure we can solve that. I mean, people have like got various hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So therefore, like it's not like too bad or anything. I mean, people do want it. So yeah, as long as we can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably fine to do.
A slight side tangent here. You mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also said that you coded the core system of Fate of the Val, the actual temple. Do you do a lot of the hands-on like coding with all these things right now?
I don't usually, but in this league, I did the Fate of the Val core like simulation, and then I did get a bit involved in the performance work, like. One of the things you can get in a game company is that like you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff. And it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well this is the gameplay team needs to work about that. And so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems, looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like let's try to work out some kind of
game
coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So if you want to like talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like what we did previously, we like when you're rendering the game, you've got like and simulating the game, you've got like effectively a job system where you've got like here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to to run on those cores, And previously we had this very ad hoc system where like, this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs, and they all had their own synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then once you've got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we had that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start, putting things in there. And then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that, yeah, we can take advantage of more of your CPU because we're running things concurrently that previously weren't allowed to run at the same time. And then, of course, there was also just other optimizations, just like, hey, this is slow, that is slow. We get spikes when you do this, you get spikes when you do that.
Right.
Just that kind of stuff, that I just kept on pounding people, like, no, we need to fix this.
Glad you like it.
There's one of the other things as well is just really making sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available at the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while now, actually, kind of getting all those things sorted out. And a lot of the time that's what leads to spikes, because you go and you use a skill and then like, oh, the texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the number one thing that people had a lot of problems with. Console,
there's so
PC,
many things,
so it's awesome.
But there's still a lot more to do. Like I know,
that
like
last
just even
update.
looking at what we've got, like there's quite a lot more that could be optimized, like just on a more individual level. And it's still funny the way that you find things like just to pick a random example, like we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame, that kind of thing. Where it's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good. Like it doesn't. It's like it doesn't matter that much. Like in the end, right? That particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge.
I wonder if GGG loads other players' stash tabs. They should. That's what I would do. That's what. Never mind.
Yeah.
So you go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time, and now
what
a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran
Great
into
idea.
a problem that only reproduced when the
Thank
FPS
you.
was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally.
I get it,
run into.
Diesel.
I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before.
You don't want the frames
and,
to be too
another
high.
funny thing about that one is
Correct.
it turns out that the code for that that was bugged went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years ago. That was like right in the depths of the code base. There was like a rounding problem with the that I added that long ago, and so it's kind of funny to see that sort of stuff all the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way back then. You have everything tracked.
Yeah,
It's
I
super
mean, we've
cool.
got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company
Hey.
from right from the beginning.
Very nice. Okay, and I know it's interesting though. The massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan. Okay, swapping gears back to PoE2 specifically. So another question that a lot of people have about PoE2's end game is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have minus XP. We have the inability to use tablets on map nodes. We lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die. And now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax a tad on it? I do think there should.
That is a great
some punishment,
question.
but what's your opinion on this?
So, I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So, the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would, want to chat about. And effectively, that one, it is important to me that there is a reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon. And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't. You'd just be able to do that. Now, in PoE2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in PoE1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal, and here what we want to do is actually make the in-game ladder competitive, and not just have it that the strongest glass cannon wins. Like, there needs to be an element of, like, you do need to actually build defenses if you want to get to level 100, and I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is a thing that you should be doing, but like we've never seen it that way, because it's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do. But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like that, like it's not a huge deal, you know. Like if you're talking about like, you know, like traditional MMOs and stuff like that, right? Like getting to max level is just like table stakes to even begin the end game in a lot of those, a lot of those cases. So because we're not like that, because the ladder is actually.
What other games are easy to get to 100? I wonder what he's talking about.
To kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to, like, you know, what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal. You know, and it, like, to be honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that, right? Like an extra 4 passives, it's not like the hugest deal. Like you get a much larger amount of power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty, the specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the rewards in the map. So effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once you die, specifically just to prevent that kind of item farming abuse that we'd otherwise have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se, it just fixes the exploit you'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that. It's entirely just down to that particular thing.
Right.
So I mean that's sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a cool.
It's cool.
We just thought it'd be a cool thing. Like that was just like it's just one league. Like I just thought it'd be a sort of fun thing. I do like occasionally having like quirky and out there mechanics. So yeah, that's what that one's about.
Yeah, that one was a little jokey. I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in that list. So when people juice maps now in PoE 2, the more mods equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your waystone, you get 1 portal. Do you think that might be a tad too punish? Like would you ever swap it to 2 portals? So you do have a little bit of leeway if you're going full in, 6 mods, corrupted, everything, or no? You like the max punishment there?
Yes, I like the fact that you go down to 1 life. Like the hardest content is 1 life exactly. I guess the thing there is
6
once again
void
like
portals.
Like I would hope that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them, right? Like make it less hard for yourself, so that you get a little bit of that sort of easier time. And so my hope is that that can kind of is the thing that gets communicated by that, you know, like by that element. I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But yeah, it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing as a problem for people.
I'm curious. A lot of people were wondering if you were going to stream your gameplay at any point. Is that something that's still in the cards? I know you mentioned.
You know,
it
so
on
I
the
actually was
JP interview.
I was pretty keen on that, and I was actually talking to another streamer recently about it, and he was sort of saying that he didn't think it was actually a good idea in practice, and the reason is because, like the way I would treat it would be like it's like a good time where I can just enjoy myself and like, you know, have a gaming session. But what he was saying is what people will treat that as is like judging me continuously for every single minor thing. It's
yes,
like,
my man.
if I don't pick up,
that's exactly what will happen. He's 100. That's exactly what'll happen.
It's just going to result in this like crap.
You guys remember the 2 devs playing for Diablo 4 on the couch? Oh my gosh.
Playing the game, you know, that kind of thing. But he was saying like, you're probably going to regret doing it if I do. So yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, unfortunately, due to that reason. But
people can be brutal. They can be brutal, dude. So I was asking because you mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing like some of the end game? I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then reset when you're testing.
Yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't go like play much of the end game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the end game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like Mark plays the end game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well because he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer issues get tested because usually in QA, you know, like multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot. Because, you know, like they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have, you know, kind of catastrophic issues. And a lot of them come up, like, and especially more subtle ones, like along like with bosses and things like that, because, you know, like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing. And, you know, you don't necessarily got to have a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to, I think, one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. I think it came out of, I think it was Mark's mouth, okay? 40% reduced monster density in endgame maps, okay? That was a big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3 and I had a great time. But after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs. There's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game. And I was like, okay, you know, that's fine, whatever. They'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4 and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build, you know, more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming. Was it more beyond that, or is it just the swarming thing?
So I mean, I guess there's several issues, right?
Yeah.
So one of them is the swarming for sure, just like a problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that it was too much. Like I think in fact the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like we just, for whatever reason, got that incorrect with the monster pack stuff we did in endgame. The issue that we had, of course, was like, you know, nerfing this is controversial, like 100%. I mean, like I say nerfing, but it's like it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like there's still the same amount of life you have to kill from monsters. It's a question of whether it's distributed from multiple monsters or not. And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame.
Right.
Like kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had, like, there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing you had to do to make it work. And so we wanted to make it so that you can play a spammy build, but you can also play a build that, you know, like concentrates on bigger hits that are smaller in AoE. Like both of those things should be allowed. And the current way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because of the Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, you know, there's like, you know, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen. And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, you know, like something where you just feel like monster density is like, you know, like I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, where's the monsters, right? You don't want that. It still needs to be that, you know, like you still want to be at endgame blasting some monsters. It's just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like, you know, is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into, okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE, like lightning spear, this kind of stuff, you know, type of thing, right? Or like whatever's the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. I think, you know, we're going to have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like, you know, with all the people and see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think there's 40% less monster packs. That also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters and maps the same as
No,
before?
the number of rares is the same. So we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack, and that, by the way, like the way that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much. Like how much they are worth, as it were, as a monster, in terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates into how damaging they are, but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they give, all these kinds of things. And effectively, what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller. Now that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like, so when you add extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing. Because there's usually there's only one rare per pack usually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
How does it interact with League mechanics like Ritual, wherein the more monsters you have, like the more Ritual favor you get? Have you guys thought about that?
Ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So like, you know, like it's just like that basically, because the goal is not to nerf rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that's going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers to kind of like sort that out.
Okay, exciting. All right. Now, with this change, where there's less monsters per pack, you know, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to maybe engage with them a tad more. I had a conversation with Neversink last night about rare monsters and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in PoE 2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE 2 maybe returns to that age where each rare monster is going to be, you know, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster and you don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
I do want to make rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a launch at some point where like that's a big focus and we make it into a feature and like we try to like make sure there's something there. But it's just it's kind of like it probably won't be soon. Like I certainly don't think it would be before full release because it's something that we kind of can't. I think justify while we're also trying to make in particular, right? Like we need all the people working on monsters to be working on Acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So like there's that's the issue that we'd face trying to do a change like that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities.
Yeah.
Okay. Another question a little bit on visual clarity. So environmental clarity, so monsters and like a monster abilities seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 031. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys. I think you and Chris talk about, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100.
Right.
In PoE 2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. We're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some lightning arrow builds. Do you see that as something you want to allow or something you want to rein in eventually?
It is a very tricky balance for sure, but look, we are trying to improve the the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like
I'm awake,
like where he's like doing his flashbang build, and then he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be really don't want to be required. So I know that there were changes to cluster grenades to make it so that that wasn't as much of a problem. I think that they
Diesel, wake up! We're learning about stuff.
The functionality of the Nova projectiles thing to kind of like make it so that was a little bit less crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it where we need to adjust it. And like I know that there'll still be more that we can do as well. Like there's still more temporal culling stuff we can do, which is like a new culling system where we can add things in to make things a little bit less spammy. There's stuff like that going on. Like for just a couple of days ago, we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was like a performance problem people had. Like I mostly was caring about performance when I was looking into that, but like there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect should no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered, so that's good. So there's things like that that we can do. But I mean, it's like really, I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either. So I think that in a way as well, the monster density change will affect this because it's going to require less spam to be effective necessarily anyway. So, like you'll kind of get that situation where that sort of improves. But look, I just don't want to be seen as like, okay, we're just going to nerf everything, right? Like we are going to do targeted nerfs. We have been doing that. But the thing is as well is that like, people sometimes don't appreciate the fact that the way the stuff gets out of control is not necessarily predictable by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together as like, oh, now this is really easy to do. And like usually when we've seen situations where the spam can be high, we've kind of been like, okay, sure, it's possible to spam this thing and we can see what the limits of the player are. But we've always been of the opinion when we can see that and we can test that in advance that, but no one would do that because like for this reason or other reason, the damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth doing. And so then the trouble has been that like someone finds a way to make the damage good, through some combination of things, and then now suddenly there is an advantage to doing this like crazy spam. And so that's always kind of been the thing that's taken us a bit by surprise with some of these balance things. So really that just comes down to better balance and just improving a lot of those things. But I do appreciate that like there's still concerns around visual clarity. I mean, so like another one, right, was like ground fire can be annoying and that kind of stuff. Like there's certain things that can like be really spammy and kind of bad, and we probably just need to adjust the effects in some cases. But the issue once again there is that I don't want it to turn into like maybe this is a bit of a deep reference, but you don't want it to turn into the kind of like Quake 3 scene of like just textures to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, it's just a tough balance, and we just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player character effects.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that kind of thing, because like look, I understand the desire for it, but
not happening.
I do think that it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. And like also, by the way, just turning
Torchlight Infinite, you could turn off the skills.
They would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in computer
Really?
graphics.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawing.
That was a quick no.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Nice. All right.
Next act about skipping the campaign.
Another brief density question here that people have asked about. And I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller.
Well,
and that there's
certainly it's not going to be that.
It's
just not going to be that, right? Like it's just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way like in the early in game?
Oh,
or
I
like,
don't.
You know, towards the end of the campaign.
I don't
Right.
feel that at all. No.
Right. Well, then there you go. Right. I mean, it is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it gets like lower over time, right? I mean, it just doesn't.
And I think
go
one thing that's
higher than that.
not in the 0.4 patch notes that was in 0.3.1, a lot of map sizes in Endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree. So maybe some people who might have bounced, they don't recall that. So I think everything is scaled a little bit down too. You mentioned targeted nerfs a second ago, so I want to skip ahead in my question list, Jonathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, remove it from the game. The Roa. Okay, I'm not a Roa enjoyer at all. I can't get into it. I know it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Jonathan, can you give me like a dissertation on how the Roa is a balanced thing in PoE 2 right now?
Right. Well, I'll preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like there really is more Mark's domain, but at least the Roa, for whatever reason, the Roa got buffed when the sprint came out, and like that was kind of wrong. So like that's getting undone. It's kind of now back to just being normal movement speed again. And then also I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like it probably just needs to increase a little bit. Like it shouldn't necessarily be the case that like it's completely mandatory to actually play. But I mean, yeah, look, it's powerful, right? For sure. But like I don't necessarily think it's going to be across. Like I think it's capable of being balanced. Like I don't think there's a problem there. If you get the right spirit cost, you get the right numbers. But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed when you use it will feel fast. So that's kind of why it needs to have that element of it at least. But yeah, I think it's just a question of just make sure the cost is right, and then it should be okay. Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 0.4.
Yeah, movement speed's very powerful in PoE 2. So I mean, people are blasting screens with the Roa from off screen while the warrior, rolling into combat up in melee. So. Okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the warrior has an exact problem with that. I think it's more just that you had the dominant build being the lightning arrow stuff. So like you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, like the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure the druid took too much attention.
No,
the druid will end up being a pretty common one in 0.4.
Do you think Druid's going to be meta, Jonathan? Do you think it's going to be like busted? People are going to find some crazy interactions?
I think that it's very likely just because of the fact that it's had so much attention. Like, I mean, so right now, the thing that we're kind of doing this week a lot is like testing in-game viability of like as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that like, okay. So for example, right, like we were looking at like, okay, the like minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context. And like now we're like, okay, let's try to add some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman in order to get spirit as an animal. But then the keystone.
That's what I'm doing.
And spirit. So you kind of have to like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have, but it kind of like lets you do a it makes it from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff as a druid as an animal to get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was he said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage bonuses apply to your minions, so that you can get
wow.
You know, like actually get the damage to a good place, you know, with your wolves and that kind of stuff, right? So we're like, okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that someone might want to try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this week is kind of going into, just those kind of like, you know, just make sure that there's the options there for someone, and that might be a unique, it might be a keystone, it might be a notable, you know, like just try to make sure there's something there that can make each build that we want to do work. And so that's kind of, you know, it just making sure there's that in-game scaling.
That's exciting. I think I heard Gazzy from across the Atlantic, like howling when you said those two keystones.
Right.
About the druids and minions, there's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack. Does it require spirit to
in terms
reserve?
of the ones, in terms of the ones that come with you. So you have you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's it called, the reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion. Okay. And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters, it summons a wolf, and with that one you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15, like bunch more.
Geez.
So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you're going for that. But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stats of them can actually get to like reasonable levels compared to other minion builds, you know, to make sure that's viable.
Okay. Do you see more animal companions coming in the distant future once, you know, the game is shipped?
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like, there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but yeah, like we could probably do some more animals. But for the time being, you know, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like, the druid isn't primarily a minion build, right? Like, it really is only the case if you're doing that whole kind of pack leader fantasy. That's like the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid. So yeah, that we want to make sure at least sure that one was working.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks sweet. I mean, the Tundra Wolf looks amazing. So I think I'm going to gravitate toward that eventually after I try out the bear.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like your whole pack gets the upgrade. So it's kind of cool.
Attention to detail, pretty sweet. All right, we're going to go back to a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the number 2 other thing that people have just been piping up about, and that is charge generation, charges, and totems. Okay, Jonathan, so lay it on us. Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in PoE 2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them? What's going on there? Because a lot of people...
The main thing that I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting. That's kind of important. So that's the main thing. And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems, if you want to do totems as your primary thing, what we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, you know, there are uniques that are available that can, you know, fix that problem for you. Like, you can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video about like a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon, just to kind of show like people like, okay, really? here's some just viable things that you can make, you know, just like made by our design team of, like, you know, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at in-game. And one of them that we were doing is the, you know, a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. And yeah, you just need to, you know, use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel like it gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? Like if it just, certainly shouldn't be just a thing where
you're hype, Neon.
You know, like you don't. Okay, put it this way. You just need to make sure that, like, the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill. Right. Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. So yeah, we just need to make sure there's a certain cost there. And it actually has been pretty hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't feel like you just get them for doing nothing. Like, it's kind of that tough balance to strike there. And so that's what we're really trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those elements, right? Like, just don't
I don't know what you're
don't make it so that
about.
Every spellcaster is a totem build. That's like a hard challenge to even meet, even by itself, right? Because not having to cast the spells is like a pretty substantive benefit to have. So you know, there needs to be some kind of cost there.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time in PoE 1. All the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like, oh man, I want self cast to be fun. Like, it just feels better when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe, but there's something different about actually casting the spell, controlling where it goes instead of just boop, popping up your totem and running around in circles. So yeah, okay.
So the other benefit you do get though is that effectively the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type ability for people who aren't speccing entirely into that way of playing. So effectively what you get there is, and there's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast.
G2, I can answer your question after the interview.
Just aside from totems, right? Yeah. So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. So in its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. You know, like you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it, and the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite in the game, which you have to do a big hit. Yeah. This is a type of ignite where like every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular thing. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really huge. But we also wanted to make sure that ability, if you want to, you can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages doing things. But it does take like, you need.
Did he just say burninating? All right, that sounds good. Burninating
skill. Should you really want to go down that route?
Yes, he
it's just,
did.
Not the default case, as I said.
Technical
term. And by the way, with that ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change incinerate to use that system as well. So yeah, like it's a kind of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how ignite works, because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now. We might consider doing it for some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning for that to make sense as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before, but I heard you say
it's probably just early internet. There was a meme video from a flash animation actually from a long time ago. Don't even worry about it. No one should really have to worry about it. It's just
just really brief question while we're talking about the Wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack based gem on the gem, and Black Flame Covenant works with spells only, so I think I'm the interview.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack. Yeah,
is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think about that. We were thinking, well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating charges in boss fights, is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw, that I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a few pieces in place.
Sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that a little bit like in the kind of more mid-game options for that. Well, I mean, even early game, really. You've got things like Wing Blast that can generate charges. And like, so for example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, you'll generate 3 charges when you use it on a Prime for Stun monster. So you can do that sort of, but as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that isn't just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports and uniques and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, moving over to a melee focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the ranged based or spell casting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee-based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just got to say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character throughout the course of a skill animation.
A couple of things with that. So for range, moving while attacking feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So you can, there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed. And that's what we try to do with our targeting thing, where like, so for example, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam. So it's called rolling slam.
Rolling slam.
Where effectively like you can steer it the whole way. And effectively when we talk about moving while attacking, it's really more about skills like that, where you can do, like attacks, like the movement is still built into the animation. So you don't feel floaty, but you still have a level of control over that sort of stuff, and that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks, is like try to have it so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily. Because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So that's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing, and like as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great. There's even things that we've tried before along those lines, and yeah, as I said, it just never kind of really felt right. So that's why we didn't end up doing it.
Is it something that we would perhaps see with future melee weapons, where maybe you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as opposed to mace?
As I said, it really is more about the individual skills and like how they specifically function. Like I don't think that we would just generally have, as I said, we wouldn't have completely freeform movement like that. You'll even notice like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like move in any like arbitrary direction while you're attacking type things. I really don't think it feels very good.
Okay. Now this next one, I know you've been asked it many times, but it was the #1 most requested question that I ask about again. And it simply is, why does the warrior have so many downsides on the tree and gear, whereas witch, monk, ranger comparatively have none? I know you guys have talked about this a lot, but could you...
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it really is just that... So, it's funny because I don't think there's necessarily like an extreme number in the warrior area, but the funny thing is when we put a downside on something, we also make the upside higher. And so people then see like, okay, what are the best nodes? And they're going to see these big numbers on like some of these, on some of these nodes, and they're going to say, okay, well, like, I want that, but I don't want the downside. And so it's kind of like the reason that they attract attention is just because of the fact the numbers are higher. If we didn't have the downside on there, obviously the upside would also be lower. So it's kind of like just that thing. Now, what was that? Sorry.
Is it a packaging problem?
Not necessarily. But as I said, personally, I like the idea that you can spec into different things like that. And so, for example, like a commonly cited one would just be like, you've got like more damage and then less attack speed, right? You've got those.
Aaron, anything interesting said during this? Yes, my wolf pack can use a scepter.
Of that is not going to care about the downside particularly, and right, especially when you've got weapon spec points where it's like, okay, these couple of abilities, I don't care about attack speed, so I'm gonna get that node for that case and that kind of thing. Like, like you want to try and you see each downside as more of an opportunity, in my opinion. So honestly, I feel like I'd want to see more nodes like that around for other parts of the tree, right? Like just do more of that kind of thing. You don't want to go overboard with it, right? Like you don't want to like every node's got a downside. That just gets tiring. But yeah, I think there's a few there. I don't think there's necessarily too many there, but they certainly attract attention because of the fact that the upsides are higher on them as well.
They do. Yeah, there's not as many kiss curse things on the right side of the tree as the left. Like
right. I mean, yeah, we can.
Yeah,
as I think there's room for adding more of those, honestly.
Now, how about those are openly advertised? How about the hidden penalties? I know one that still exists to this day is the penalty for movement speed on heavy armor. Is that something that you guys would ever want to remove?
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with it myself. I've always kind of found it to be just like, like it's just an interesting thing, once again, to build around on different characters. I don't like part of the reason to do it on the heavy armor is just that like tanky feeling you can kind of have from like, I'm a strong warrior, and so I think it just sort of works on that level. But yeah, as I said, I don't feel particularly inclined to get rid of that one, I have to say.
Yeah. All right, now I know you've been asked about this a lot. I think if you added a rhinoceros mount for the warrior, I think all your problems would be solved. Then people could like ride on the rhino, wielding the giant mace, feel like they're on the Roa. Be good.
Well, I don't know about a rhino, but yeah, we'll see. I suspect that more mounts is more of a post 1.0 type of feature.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is a good one that I'd like to hear you talk about, especially considering we're getting the druid. So last patch in 0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0.1.0.2. But I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 0.4, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't speccing into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or a crossbow and a mace?
I wouldn't say it's that unusual. Like, I mean, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. I mean, like, the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing. Like, there's generally speaking, like I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that something I've noticed is that people
'Cause
when
it's
they
more
see
than
it, they
one
almost
button.
feel
Yes.
bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other class to like just you get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like if there's another class that has a thing that like, you know, that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, I mean that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So like I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their mind about what it might be, like what that would look like. But yeah, I mean what it does look like is, you know, you're trying to find a combo that that can work, and that's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got, you know, things like armor break and charges and random stuff like
Yeah.
that kind of like allow you to sort of, you know, potentially get better things. Now, for the druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. You know, and you kind of will need to be able to, you know, learn how to do the weapon swap. And I guess what we might see from that is more people just being generally aware of the options there, and then potentially doing more stuff with build creation. But as I said, I wouldn't say it's like not happening now, and certainly there's like no real downsides to doing so. So, you know, I'd say that it's a thing that happens for sure.
Okay. Building on this point, do you think in the future you'll bake more cross-class synergies into skills? For example, when I saw the Druid Primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have infusions baked into them. That's something you guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster stuff specifically, like so for the Sork set of skills. But like, look, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like. It didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like to justify the infusions being in there, and it would feel a bit weird to just have like one skill or two skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of, you know, we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for the Sork.
Okay. And touching on infusions just a little bit more, you guys are leaning into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the Acolyte of Chayula. Obviously, the Acolyte received pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like how much damage they're getting from it or the effect afterwards. Is that something you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So like one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass. Like one of the things that in PoE 1, the sort of standard duration for something was kind of like 4 seconds. In PoE 2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile, so like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what PoE 1 had for certain things, or just like people just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default. But yeah, I think in PoE 2, you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. And also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing the there's more nodes or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger as like another axis that you can do to kind of make the like it should be possible to get your pickup radius to the point where like it effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely, so you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because the pickup radius is far enough away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this stuff. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers, I think, to sort of get the feel right. Yeah, the durations of things really goes a long way to that.
Okay. Swapping gears over to item rarity for a little bit. Now, in this interview with Ziggy D, you and Mark mentioned that in the future, and I'd like to clarify, you guys are going to remove item rarity from gear. You just don't know what to replace it with yet. Is that correct?
I am not going to promise anything because like we can see how like things go. But like as I said, right now I would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But yeah, look, it's gonna. There's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that. So that's what I prefer to do. It's funny though, because it can seem trivial, like, oh, surely you can come up with another mod to come up to replace that. But it has to be on all gear. It has to have some level of like, it has to feel like it's something you can specialize in that isn't damage on your build that you actually feeling meaningfully need, which is quite tricky. like in order to make it so that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like there needs to be something.
Trevor,
where
I
it's
don't know
like,
if
okay,
I'm playing
any
deep
character
lore.
might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at the point where you've already like sorted your damage and resistance and other sort of problems. So like that's the kind of thing that it needs to be able to do. So yeah, that does make it tricky.
I will just say I had 0% item rarity and 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out there.
Sure, you don't need it. Like you don't need it. Absolutely is not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about exactly what it does and how much it affects things and so on, and that doesn't really help. And part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works, and like it kind of can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
Two follow-ups there. Have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on, and like there's like it would mean that every single time we change anything, people would be like on us, like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like we want to be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it has, in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned. And so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable.
OP.
Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And
Correct.
what do you call it? Sorry, the name's fallen out of my head. The thing that you use to make builds.
Path of building.
Path of building, sorry, yes. The path of building.
I
So I mean, things like path of building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would,
Yeah.
but at the
I
same
use
time,
POB.
I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's two things I'm adding.
Maybe
to my
that might be enough
vocabulary.
Trollasian slang potentially.
That's good.
So I'm not sure.
And then one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the changes to item rarity, this patch reduced its values on gear. Wouldn't that have the effect of more people wanting to try to put as much item rarity on their gear? Because now it has lesser values across all your gear slots. Now it becomes more of a coveted stat.
These are not hard-hitting questions.
Acting in
He's
reverse.
done a good.
So I don't necessarily think so. So last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were, and I think that actually in retrospect it would have been better to do the other way around because people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day you still have to get the you still have to get the mod, like you still only get one mod per gear slot, right? So right, like it is a strict nerf to what you can do, but I believe that we also adjusted the formula at the same time. Like in terms of what the max that it affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like it means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it. Like it's just that the displayed number and the cap is now lowered at the same time, so that you kind of like you've got that feeling of like okay, like I can see this having a lesser effect than what it would have had before. Just sort of communicate that a bit better.
Okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun question. I don't know if you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We can get them. Like we do have stat collection that for that kind of thing. But yeah, it would just be a question. So one of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I'm actually got like a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats. There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you were using stats a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Have there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4 that have stood out to you?
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for that kind of balance. So yeah, but it's as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when we like. I mean, a really common situation is if people are complaining about something, and we're like we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well, let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay. Question about Fate of the Val a little bit and its loot. So we obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix because the monsters in the temple just have regular item drops, and those like effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively, it can mean that you got this sort of more.
Everybody, if you're just joining the stream, right now I'm grinding Act 2 Titan Quest 2's new update. In the corner, we are watching Talkative Try and game director Jonathan Rogers talk about the Druid update.
Crafting device that you can either use right away or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the rewards just come from those sort of fixed elements, which you will know that you're going to get because you've got a certain room. So obviously people will have to like work out like what comes from one. There's not that many rooms, but then they do it different levels, and so like generally speaking, they get more. The things get more powerful as you go up. And then also you've got the stuff where there's like there are extra reward rooms that you get for killing the architect and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of fixed drops in the league for sure. But yeah, more traditional stuff from just from regular monster killing.
And how high can you juice up the temple? Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that people are getting from maxed out maps and the like, or does it?
Yeah, it should absolutely be. So I mean, the intention was to scale it into endgame, like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room thing going on, where they give mods and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. It can get very, very hard. The thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build up the temple with lots and lots of rooms if your goal is like kind of like max endgame juicing, because the architect has got certain rewards that they can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him. So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect, instead just like finish the rest of the temple and then build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Zeri kills, which is going to getting the Zeri rewards and that kind of stuff. So there's kind of a few different strategies you could have there.
Now, this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of Exile 1, PoE 2 was their first Exile game. They saw you guys presenting this league mechanic and their minds just exploded. They're like, oh my gosh, the complexity, this is wild. Have you guys thought about that? Does it get a little bit in the weeds sometimes with it, or can you kind of just build your temple and go and expect to have a good time?
You can just build your temple, and like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade things, like now you can think about it, but like you can be thinking on a deeper level of like, I want to upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is and you'll honestly do fairly well. Like the UI is definitely like a lot better than what we would have done in the past, and it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI for communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this without thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building, I'm like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. And that's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that. So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like, making sure that you can even like by being able to do that look ahead for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to to get those UI cues in really well. So it just makes it much better for communication with the players.
Yeah. I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this stuff. Okay, you also said that Fate of the Val was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. You know, it has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to PoE 2 from PoE 1? So your rituals, your deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short.
Yeah.
With
So I
Abyss.
mean, Abyss was pretty good for sure.
Yeah.
It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a PoE 1 league has been doing, but I feel like this Fate of the Val is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a PoE 2 like tier of league in terms of like the amount of stuff going on. Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to in PoE 2. I mean, compared to the newer stuff, and that really is where 050, like with all the in-game stuff we're talking about, like it's about that, right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on. You know, like making sure that and like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that it can do to the leagues that are in the Atlas, and things like that. There's like stuff like that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff that needs to happen to kind of make the in-game feel better. And yeah, it really is about making those leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with endgame being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push endgame and we have Fate of the Val coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the league, which looks awesome, as opposed to the endgame core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
It wasn't necessarily a question between the league and the in-game, because you need to have a league. You just have to. Like people will not come back if there isn't a league. So like that's just mandatory. So really it comes down to what other content is going to be in the patch. And it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the in-game stuff done, we probably would have had to sacrifice the druid, which I really didn't want to do. There was a point where we were like, could we sacrifice the druid to be able to do this in-game stuff?
That
And
would
we
have
decided,
been crazy.
you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade. But even then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things deep in the pipeline you need to do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 050 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in two ways. We would have had like no druid, and we would have had a worse in-game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. Yeah, it's going to definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair. Okay, this one's a question for myself that I'm curious about. The release in China, the official release happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release?
Well, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like, it's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow-up. What piece of community feedback during 0.3 helped shape 0.4 the most?
Tencent,
There
where's
one
Crafton?
thing that really stands out to you guys?
Wait, what did I
oh my
say?
Gosh, we
Never
definitely
mind.
need to fix this. And you can't say endgame. Okay?
Yeah, I honestly don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that. So there's been a lot of like, balance work and so on going on behind the scenes, and they're still ongoing as well. But like, it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that, because it really is just like a lot of smaller things. A big goal I have, I mean, look, you've got like the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big like things that we're really trying to make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like, there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Mark as often will say, like the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like you could he could literally spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point though where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions? Do you guys use like PoE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback? How should people get their feelings about ascendancy classes being more exciting?
It really is more of a question for Mark, this one. But from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately he's, the question a lot of the thing is like, why is this not played is the hard part
No,
sometimes
Act 2.
because
I'm in Act 2.
the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about a lot of the time. So it's a much harder thing to look at. Okay, like here's something that isn't played. Why? And that's really the question he's asking most of the time. Just like what would it take to get me to play this is the question that you need to be asking yourself when you're doing these balance things.
Smart. Okay, shifting gears to the Druid, which is something that I was incredibly excited to finally see in Path of Exile 2 after waiting for it for so long. You guys introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you. What happened to an Unga Bunga shape-shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get bonuses for being a bear and swapping into this different form? Is that a plan, or is that something you guys want to refrain from, since shape-shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons? And I know you don't really...
That's a pretty good question.
Generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are like, we try to make it so they can be used on many classes with many builds. And so if we just said like, here's the shape-shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for other things. And so that's why we would prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that, like, you know, we might do a more shape-shifting focused class for a third one. But if we did, it would have to not even say the word shape-shifting in it. It would have to be like very much implying shape-shifting and have a lot of bonuses that make sense and be in theme for shape-shifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shape-shifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things. And you'll see that across all the ascendancy classes. Like, we really try to make it so that they're as generally applicable as possible while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the Druid the past 5-6 years? There a moment that you were just like, why are we even doing this? Like, it's very fun.
Well,
it's
I mean,
be cool.
I think I've talked about this before, but like getting the wolf was a challenge.
That's interesting.
And like there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like there was a period where like, we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. You know, like it ended up being something that people really wanted, and even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But you know, like there's just like, it's just really hard. I mean, look, we had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in, that we decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have you turn into a giant plant monster. It was like kind of crazy, but yeah, that's something that you know, it was cool, but it wasn't a wolf. Like there are things like that that we did, but yeah, it's just
a giant plant monster.
Animation challenge, like having to deal with the things that aren't humans.
Was there a particular iteration of the Druid, whether like a skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about, that you were excited for but had to cut? Anything that
so definitely the plant monster. It was really cool. Like it walked around on vines and it had this like kind of interesting just feel to it. I mean, it was the same type of creature as Brambleghast. You know, like you're going to be like Brambleghast in terms of like walking around. And it was pretty cool. But as I said, it kind of just didn't really work. And like you do some vine slaps, and then we're kind of like, okay, pretty much the rest of the skill set of this, when you actually try it, just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So you know, like it was cool to be that thing, but it just kind of didn't really make sense in the end.
And people are really vibing with the plant skills too. I see everybody excited to be farmers and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked to see everybody hyped.
I mean, I was really happy with it, honestly. Like you know, the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the.
Okay, the watering of the plants is pretty clever.
It used to be called Lightning Storm, in fact, and it just had lightning. And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. Was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's you know, let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class. And I was really happy with that one. And I suspect.
Need a Spriggan form. I was just thinking about that, Devil Dog. Imagine if you had a potion in Spriggan form where you drank water to get stronger.
Because I think it kind of can be quite cool.
Treat.
And we did add all of the watering features to all of the plants that the ranger already has.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's some.
Yeah, so you can water all the ranger's plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but later on I think we can probably do something interesting with that.
Okay. I want to swap gears and talk a little bit about bosses. Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again, so that maybe they're a little bit more challenging to the top end of builds? People have something to chase after and fight?
The problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life, and it's especially a little bit. It can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment, that like can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. But yeah, ultimately it's like the higher your ceiling is on the pinnacles, the higher the well, effectively the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable, and I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a like correct place before we can sort of say that like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs. I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3 times higher and like ultra challenging. Because as I said, as soon as you have something like that, that'll become the bar you need to clear for a build to be viable, and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part there.
All right. And I also see, and I debated it myself, people talking about the new boss resistance window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately. So we don't know how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and how exactly it works?
It's just to prevent preloading of the boss with like all sorts of stuff. Like so I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just basically the first few seconds of the fight. The boss is resistant to stuff, and honestly, in PoE 1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just like it's just already a thing. In PoE 2, we didn't have it. It's been we're adding it. It just prevents like some of the sort of like weird abuse cases that you'll get of like I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand with all of the effects, and then the bosses.
Nobody in PoE would try and take advantage of mechanics and cheat.
Game and tablets. Right now, tablets, they have different icons on them, but it's really hard to differentiate, especially since there's no like stash tab for them.
We can probably sort that out. Never. Like I agree that that's something that we just need to fix. I actually brought it up like yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that before the release. It's possible.
Yeah,
but I'll check out on that.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I agree. It could be changed.
Okay. This is a fun one here. So the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
I would say that I mostly am, but there have been some cases where we had problems with weapon types during campaign. Mark mentioned this basically, where you just had holes in the progression and you wouldn't really appreciate why it was as a player, but like it meant you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through. And that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade in certain places, which was like just an issue, for a lot of the time, then that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder, and then when you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again. So you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like, now I'm just fighting regular trash monsters again, and then it kind of ramps up again to get harder again. So that's kind of the ideal curve that we get, to sort of make things not feel too flat, like you get a bit of variety of experiences.
I'm glad you brought up the weapon drop thing, because that's something that's been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I've experienced it too, where the difference between someone who gets that lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight, and some people, they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving up.
Right. Not everybody can last 3 minutes. It's a pretty long. That's never mind. Never.
Where you'd have like gaps of like 28 levels before you got a DPS upgrade, just because of the way the weapon types happen to be. Yeah. And like that's obviously not right. So like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would.
What did I say? What we're talking about You guys are.
Also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a few other days, where there's power in your gear and there's power in more deterministic avenues, the passive tree, your skill gems and all that. And I think during the campaign, it's one area where people can drop off entirely, where if they're not lucky and they're not getting gear upgrades, they can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems or, get more levels in the passive tree, because it's not as powerful if they don't get, that gear drop. So do you have any, we talked about this before. Do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the shop or doing the crafting tutorial I know we spoke about a few months ago, so like the new players, so they know, like I do, we'll just go check the shop when you level up. You're probably going to get a weapon upgrade there. Gamble with the gambler, you're going to get a massive upgrade there. Is that something you would look to put into the game sometime soon?
Well, okay, so I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that's something that's like less obvious. I would sort of hope that people don't need to
Crafting?
know
Oh,
about the
crafting.
fact that
Sorry.
like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're
You
there,
would
right?
hope.
Like it should be relatively clear. Like that one, I don't think there's any like misunderstanding about that. I guess, funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE1 player experience thing, where like they expect the shop items to be bad. I think people who weren't PoE1 players would generally expect that the shop items can be good because most games do have good shop items. It's just really PoE1 that doesn't. So that could kind of be that like that kind of issue that's going on with that particular one. As for gambling, I mean, yeah, like people try that generally. I think that's kind of mostly okay. So it's really the crafting. I think that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be the thing. Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it, and the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power giving things that are on the map, and so that might be more we'd want to push people towards because those ones will both give you more drops, but also give you more specific rewards and all sorts of stuff. Like if you're missing out on those, and you're having a hard time, that'd be where you go like to fix your issue. We've sort of had a bit of a hard time communicating those as much like as what some other games have done. So I think that's probably where I'd want to try and improve the communication there.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things.
Mhm.
The last league we had Abyss and we had the Bones and that crafting and we had the special Lich modifiers. That was all super cool. It led a lot of people though to go use resources outside of game because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable and people didn't want to waste them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game, because it's all there. You know, you go to PoE2DB or you go to like Craft of Exile and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know. Do you interact with the UI too much or something? Or
so there's a couple of things about that. So we'd have to make some kind of like I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe. But I do worry that it will like when you're actually new, that it'll still steer you away. So like I kind of want to find a way to do that doesn't feel wrong.
Man, Last Epoch's crafting is so freaking good. Just listening to this. You don't even know what affixes can roll. Sorry.
That being said, like in some cases with the omens in particular, you had like, the homogenizing omens were kind of one of those things where you would have to really using those like does require information that like the game wasn't really giving you, but I think the better situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. But look, there's always going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like it's definitely going to be the case.
Right. Yeah.
So like on some level you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that surfacing what mods can generate is interesting and maybe we should do that, but I don't know that I go too much further than that. That's probably about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Yeah, no need for like tutorial, just a resource in game to read, just so people are aware of what's going to happen. Right. I remember I was so excited when I saw like, oh, the Kurgol modifier and the Ulaman. I was like, oh, what are these? What could they be? And then I thought, oh man, this is probably really costly if I end up using it without, investigating first. So sometimes it can discourage people from experimenting and just lead to, okay, I'm going to list it on the trade
Ellie
marketplace
spoiled me with crafting and loot filters. That game's dead, bunny.
Now, I saw a little bit of confusion.
Everybody knows
on
that
the forums about the increased monster hit points and how ailment thresholds will scale with that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE2. They don't correlate. Have you guys thought about how monsters are going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption.
Okay.
But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask someone to find out what happened with that. But I don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply, so I would imagine that we would just sort that out. Like that's not something that we would intentionally do, I would say.
Okay, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, this is a question about bosses again. Now, in PoE2, Pinnacle bosses are the only bosses that I know of that have drop tables. No other mob type has it in the game. Is this something you would look forward adding to the campaign and specific bosses of zones, sort of like divination card drops in PoE 1, so people in solo self-found or in Trade League can target farm certain unique items and the like? Or is this something you'd like to keep reserved for the pinnacles?
I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other than just to say that like you do want some like fixed rewards are really important to make different content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well. The divination card thing we will do eventually in PoE 2. Like we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago. So we've done that already as well. So that'll happen. I don't have an exact. I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out, but yeah, part of the thing you're getting with the divination cards is the ability to target farm certain things. So there'll be an element of that for sure when they do come.
I'm in jail. I have 2 MTX questions for you. The first is related to all of these awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them, map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs, common mobs in the map, and how they're attached to the actual cosmetic. Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to detach the effect from the cosmetic and let you use it? Because this is some people are saying, oh, I buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the cosmetic, or I want to mash them together. Is that something you guys are aware of and looking into?
Over time, we have been doing more of that, like with the tracking scroll stuff that we've been doing and so on. Like, for like the character.
Why don't they just copy Last Epoch's cosmetics?
But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like, look, it really is case by case. But like, I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the, the thing of that. Like, it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting, and so on. So yeah, as I said, I wouldn't want us to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in certain cases of splitting the functionality.
Shifting over to transmog,
then the game would go broke.
Developers dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system that's in the works that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works?
No update yet, but it will happen. It's just not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing up their characters in PoE. Okay, the interludes. They were introduced last league. They're here again this league. And they were a huge hit. I loved them. I loved how snappy they were. They told like really concise stories, and the action kept flowing.
Oh my gosh, we have to do the interludes again. Oh, brother.
Reception of interludes. Do you see a future in which you have the PoE 2 campaign, 6 acts, and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes, and you can run either the campaign, or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue. It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't think I'd have ever thought of before. Kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered, so I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah, it's not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is like all that content was really made for endgame. So that's when that we'll put like just extra endgame maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term. But yeah, there's not like a huge amount of dialogue.
I love it when somebody asks GGG about adventure mode and skipping the campaign. They get so angry. Come on, try
that. I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content and something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really, really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE 2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but I don't know, like there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious, like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like we're going to have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath and Incinerate. Like I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because so in PoE 1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiplicative scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematic sensical way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like it's I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone to change Ignite into more of a different way to apply it, but we didn't quite work out exactly how that could work yet. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like the core way it works. It'll be more just like unlocked by other mechanics, I would say.
Okay. You were talking about builds that you guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to release them in a few videos leading up to launch. For any patch in the past, was there a build that you guys discovered or thought about that maybe it's no longer viable, maybe it is, that you guys were really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think of?
Don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly. And there's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go. Because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something we thought was viable that ended up not being, but nothing comes to mind about that.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask, is there anything that you were like, oh man, this is gonna be so busted,
nothing
and then
mind, unfortunately.
the players are like, wow, this is total crap, Jonathan. We don't want to play this at all. Okay. Question about the future of PoE 2 and PoE 1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys are you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, you know, in an ideal world, are you looking at grinding your games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams? Or do you really like the atmosphere that you've curated where people are, you know, working on PoE 1, working on PoE 2, they swap between them constantly every 2 months?
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people, you know, trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it'll be good if like, you know, most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than 2. So that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, you know, it requires like, you know, having 2 of everything, right? Like you have to have people that can do every single job but twice,
right?
Which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but it's just going to take time.
Okay. With your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past 2, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in to adding more story flourishes, and this is something I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really, really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have interactive dialogue, we have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they're like, they have more bandwidth to do now, or?
We've hired a lot more narrative people recently. Like the team's much bigger, so that's why that's sort of starting to happen.
Oh, really?
In fact, we just had another one start on Monday. So yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and yeah, that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay, yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Jonathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with, okay? So first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in PoE 2. Is there any status on that? Is that still coming?
I don't have a status for it, but it still is planned. So I still want to get that.
Okay. How about sprint? Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint, but it's just not on your dodge key? Is that something that could happen?
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate.
So what are you suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for accidentally running?
That's it, because some people have really fat fingers. And they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint, and bam, they get stunned out of it.
What's that supposed to mean? My Italian sausage? What?
So that you can like separate the two out, but they're by default combined. I suppose that would be an option. I'll ask about that. There might be something
that doesn't sound
that'd be
weird
great for people with fat fingers like myself.
What are we
All right,
talking
this one
about?
I know has
Nothing.
been done to death as well, but I think it would help a lot of new players. Death recap, even a simple one. Is that something you guys want to add?
I mean, at some point probably, but unfortunately not really on the cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items, is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers in PoE 2?
I'd actually prefer not, because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like, I think it really hurts how they look. So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
Like a hotkey?
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of it personally.
Not a fan of it. How about map modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that?
I suppose it's similar where it just
Similar
like
'cause
turns
it's an
into a bit
item?
of a rainbow in the end, which is I'm not a huge fan of.
Okay. All right. For all my acolyte of Chayula lovers out there, all 1% of them, are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff anytime soon?
It's pretty funny because obviously, you know, people look at grinding gear games as top dog, the best by a mile. You can't see what affixes your crafts can do in the game, and when you die, it won't tell you what killed you. It's pretty interesting.
Opening the Atlas. I know you mentioned this. Are we still going to get the black screen when we open the Atlas right now?
That probably, you know, I need to check on that. I haven't like looked at that specific thing personally. But yeah, like the reason why it does that is because it's loading shaders in the background, and so that is, there isn't a huge amount we can do about that because we're kind of at the whim of the display driver. One thing I will just say generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting your shader cache can improve it potentially if you've got a full shader cache. So just, you know, like do that from time to time, or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help. But yeah, if you get a really long scene there, it can be because of that. But yeah, like unfortunately, it's just shaders need to load. But you also don't want to load them before you open the Atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday, guys. That's what you want to do. Okay, the slash passives command we have in PoE 1 that shows us which passives we missed. Possibility of getting that in PoE 2 so we can see it all in one place instead of like scrolling over all the map icons.
I think a better solution to that would be to integrate it somehow into the world screen, because like that's kind of what's showing you like. So for example, like maybe there should be like a pop down thing that says like, you know, 0 out of 3 passive things done or something, like, you know, like something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there probably that I think I'd prefer to just a chat command.
I like
you
that.
know, like, and that would probably be the way to do that, I reckon.
Yeah, I like that. All right, this one, you know, people going crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your philosophy on this? Is that ever going to happen?
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, you know, like I gotta be, I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
True. He's still
it's the whole item weight thing, right?
Yeah,
it's the whole item weight thing. It's very, it's one of those things of like, you know, it goes down the road of like items not even mattering, and like you never actually see them, you never interact with them, like that kind of stuff, right? That's the concern, and it always has been about that stuff. So I mean, even the stuff we do have around like item affinities and so on made Chris pretty uneasy. But that was still really important. That was one that I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash. But you know, like that kind of thing, you know, has been good. But the auto sort I think might be a little bit of a bridge too far. But you know, like maybe there could be a world, as I said, like the proponents against that, and you know, like not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but yeah, I'm not a fan personally.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented into the game?
Well, he certainly was concerned about it. I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it. But I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him in the end, and then he was on board. So,
okay,
yeah.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are on good terms with that. Okay, now this one. This one right here. Okay, profanity filter on console. Apparently, there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys could implement on console? Yeah, I don't know if that's you or Sony.
Radar.
Maybe.
It wasn't on my radar at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. I get profanity filter.
I'm like completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm like just zero understanding of the situation with this.
I don't know. People they don't like seeing swear words. I guess they're like
sure. I mean, it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack, Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid, but I just think they're not in the packs, so therefore you didn't announce them.
Cool.
That's because the packs that we sell like that, they generally we try not to make them specific to a class, right? Because those are the kind of like the real money, like things that get you the points. So the stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's where all the different bear forms and things like that are going to be. In fact, I think that there are all the skills have something for the Druid, right off the bat this time.
Last epoch, you could turn your werebear white. It could be a polar bear. Never mind.
Yeah, there's some there's some stuff there.
Okay. 2 more quick questions, Jonathan. One, I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anyone in GGG in trouble. There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exile's Treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you in game?
I wasn't made aware of that one before it happened, so whatever. It's just whatever.
It's good. It's really good. Okay.
Right. Okay.
It is right next to my stash. I have it there. He talks about how poor I am. Unfortunately, I'm not bringing enough gold in, but it's a good MTX. I noticed it immediately. It's a good little Easter egg. Okay. To close us out, obviously you guys are revisiting at Zeri in this expansion. First out, was it kind of exciting or nostalgic to go back to at Zeri because she was like the very first expansion to PoE1, Sacrifice of the Val, and that was the first big endgame boss? How did that feel on your end?
For sure. I mean, people have a lot of love for Zeri, so there was also this whole everyone was very keen to make sure we get it right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with the trailer and everything as well. So that was a big one for sure. So I think it turned out very well, and we've got a pretty awesome version of Zeri for the that kind of lives up to what we were what people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version of what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now, it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now, I have a lore question for you. Doriani says at Zeri communes with the beast. Unofficial interpretation from Jonathan. What does that mean, communing with the beast?
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see the beast and at Zeri in the game to find out. But you'll see, I suppose, is the answer to that.
Okay.
Play the game on the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that question.
All right, there we go. That's why you hired all the narrative designers to get this at Zeri storyline in the game. I see.
Sure.
Okay, well, Jonathan, this was a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to sit down, take questions from the community, explain your thoughts. It's always great. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay, well, you have 4 more days until the launch. I wish you well.
For sure.
I hope everything goes great. I hope I hope there's not as many bugs as we people expect in the league.
I'm sure
launch.
there can be some, but hopefully we should be right.
Server's not on fire. Everything good. It's the Christmas patch. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
New player peak. We'll see.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. What did you guys think about it? I'm afraid I had to close.
All right. What did we learn? All right. Guys, it was good? We learned a lot? I'm ignoring the pin post to ask about the roadmap. We're not talking about the roadmap. Okay, I don't know why I started screaming. I'm sorry. I didn't mean Tiger got out of the cage. It's science, bro. Friction is king. Aaron likes talking about his sausages. Roadmaps say what? Get out of here. GGG hates quality of life. No sort button. We learned that there's still no LE roadmap. Great interview as usual. What roadmap? Oh my gosh.
I don't think it counts.
Oh, look. Monday here. Ellie is silent. They're working on stuff. That they're browsing. They're getting it ready for us. Guys. I learned, Ding, that there's no sword button.
What? No way.
Aaron, is Wednesday considered early in the week? No, I'm sure. Guys, listen. I told you Monday, Tuesday. I'm sure we'll get it tomorrow.
Are we connected to Nemesis right now? I don't hear anything, but
right,
listening in, observing us.
Guys. Is Q2 of 2026 considered early next week? You guys, I feel with extreme, I feel confident that we'll get it tomorrow.
Oh, gods.
Oh, man, if it doesn't come tomorrow, I'm gonna have to cancel stream. Okay. I can openly admit that I am a grumpy old man. Aaron, don't overpromise. Just every EHG employee not here, cancel stream. Maybe we could pay for the early access to the roadmap. Guys, just listen. When EHG says soon, it means soon. All right? We all know that. Right? EHG scene. It's science.
I've got a bad feeling.
Bro.
Keep your wits about you.
They didn't
unless
say
you fancy
soon.
a quick
Yeah, they
trip to
did.
Hades.
Yeah, they did. Six weeks soon. We all know what soon means. We did a poll. It's like we get it. And once it clicks, it clicks. Everybody, I am doing full map, side quest, side boss completion run of Titan Quest 2 on this new character, solely focused on the new Forge class minions for Titan Quest 2. We completely cleared Act 1. This is where we're at on Act 2.
What? No way.
I got everything to the left done. We're now on the right-hand side, cruising through it. The first rule of roadmaps is we don't talk about roadmaps. How many bosses till now? I don't know. Aaron is getting thrown under the bus. I could see it. EHG did it on purpose.
Oh, man. I'm disappointed.
Guys, we're gonna get the roadmap tomorrow. They probably just wanted to make sure it was ready. They didn't have enough. They were crossing their T's. There was a lot of T's in the roadmap. Guilty. If the roadmap drops, I need you to count all the T's in it. And I's. And I's. Everyone on Reddit is coming for your stream today. What? What's up, Diego? We're getting the roadmap subject to change. Inmates have taken over the asylum. Okay, listen, everyone. They said early this week. Early is not Wednesday. The fact that we did not get it today means it's coming tomorrow. Yes! Yes! Aaron is trying to hype us up. It's impossible. And if it's not tomorrow, well, if it's not tomorrow, I'm taking the day off of streaming. Wait, did I say that out? No, I said that in my head. If it's not tomorrow, I will, that's That's because the internet went down. Something like that. No, you aren't. You can't run. Chicken. What? Tomorrow he will say I have another business, guys. Can't stream. Yeah, I mean tomorrow I'm gonna be tired.
Is your name tattooed? Because I swear to God you're living on Fantasy Island.
You know, I do need to get ready for the thanks-a-thon. Maybe tomorrow would be a good day to get everything prepped and ready for that. Guys. So either it's tomorrow or Aaron's the fall guy. It has to be tomorrow. It can't. It just has to be. Has to be. Has to be. He's trying to abandon us. No. That is not what I am doing.
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. So if you could be here around 9, that would be great.
You guys just can't blurp a hype train. Don't. I'm trying to.
Oh no! We suck again!
It'll take more than that. It'll take more than that.
No!
What about today? Is today the worst day of your life?
Yeah. Wow, that's messed up.
Chat, hold my beer. No, don't encourage them, bunny. I'm just trying to get through this Act 2. You know? Did you guys just blurp train?
Do it.
Holds beer, but also takes a sip. Tomorrow is going to be one of the greatest days for Epoch. We're going to find out about Season 4, Season 5, expansion. We're going to get dates. We're going to get a detailed roadmap. It's going to be everything we've wanted.
Mistress. You. Nemesis! Do you see?
Naked, don't. Who's your cope supplier?
Emotional damage.
How do you know? Cuz.
Let's get ready to rumble.
All new Epoch cash system coming to last Epoch. Only $9.99. Get out of here. Will they explain the road? I don't know.
Nemesis.
In case you're curious, I haven't seen it.
Emissary of Retribution.
Aaron is suspiciously sure that the roadmap's coming in a straitjacket. No, I was told early next week. Early next week is Monday, Tuesday, not Wednesday. So if it's not today, it has to be tomorrow. Right? Right. Right? Right? What about Sunday?
Nemesis, I have suffered enough. Please.
What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen?
You. Get away! Get away! Get away!
Yeah, Sunday is early next week, right? No. Unless Wednesday counts as early. Okay. if tomorrow somehow it doesn't drop, I will reach out to them and be like, is Wednesday in the early? Does that mean early?
Nemesis! You... Why did you... Nemesis! Please, mistress, do not... Got to be... I am sorry for my hubris. I am so sorry.
What do I gotta do for this guy?
You threatened to kill me. If only... Another chance. I will tell you anything you ask. I will... Get away! Get away! Get away!
Kill him, I'm trying.
Nemesis, I have suffered enough! Please. You... threat... If only... No, only she can undo you. She tests me.
Oh man, I'm disappointed.
Press the random options easy. I am. Maybe I should actually read them.
Nemesis, I have suffered enough. Please.
Convince the tortured police to release Nemesis energy.
Please, mistress, do not leave me again. I will tell you everything this time. I am so sorry. Lord Kronos. The Ichor of Titans. If you gather enough, he will return. Ah! Yes! Yes! Nemesis, please, remove your energy from me. Let me pass into the underworld.
I read it.
I told you what you asked.
I see you met Glumant.
Got it.
Poor fool. He resisted old age for so long, but sought true immortality. So I gave it to him. How cruel to steal my gift.
You did the right thing.
See that? I did the right thing.
Right thing. Living in pain for centuries. Denied the peace of Hades. It must have been torture. Nemesis mentioned having 2 friends here. I wonder if there's another priest.
Priest is tortured by lack of roadmap. Maybe you didn't read the pinned comment. I recommend looking at it again. Took 5 minutes for that blurb to go through. I am not hyping it up. How do I get over here? It's a door. Ooh. Hidden quest in this area? Shh. What, do you think I don't know about it? Stuck? I don't know. I just been running while listening to the podcast. Ow.
non-Spartan, you are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Me? All right, am I done with this area? Do I need to go up here? Well, let's just go up there. All right, everybody, we are 3 hours into the stream, grinding out the new class for Titan Quest 2. We listened to the entire Jonathan Rogers Talkative Tribe podcast for PoE 2, and we are not discussing a game titled Last Epoch. So that'll be for tomorrow. That'll be for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I have been caring for you. You are. Have I not? Wait.
Rise, fallen brothers! Defend your home!
Clipped? What? Okay, I won't ask you to draw a roadmap in paint. Thank you.
And so you've ended the lives of 2 men who survived Mycenae's fall and the long centuries since. You've destroyed something unique. Ask yourself, is what you're doing improving?
Can you hear me?
the world?
God, no way.
Booyah! Quest complete.
Enough Nemesis energy now.
Open. In case it doesn't come out tomorrow after the confirmation. Tomorrow's the day, bro. I could feel it. Oh, please drop it tomorrow, EHG. Is it worth running back there? I don't think so. Where am I? Oh, it exited us. Awesome. Just dropped new patch notes for Ellie. You liar. You're a liar. All right. You made me look very funny. Very funny. Just kidding. I didn't look. You didn't trick me. Guys, I didn't look. He looked. Well, I have Discord open, so I just looked for a moment. You got me. Oh my gosh. See? Why you gotta be so tricky? Okay. Here's where we're at. We're gonna go sell all our stuff, turn in this quest, and then head to the left part of the map.
My poor old... Need me to look after anything? These beaches are filled.
Where's the minion in this minion class? It's a sentry build. We're playing sentries.
A word before you pass.
You gonna have any dinosaurs in your dinosaur tour? Is this thing on? This is not a minion class. All of my damage is done by sentries. That's like saying totems are not minions. Wait, look, see? See it? How much was the new Titan Quest class? It comes with the cost of the game, so whatever the cost of the game currently is. Hogan, thanks for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. I gotta see what's up here really quick. How come Titan Quest 2? Yeah, we're playing the new update. Playing the new update. What does an ARPG player's girlfriend and D4 Paladin release Season 11 have in common? They both get talked about a lot, but don't exist. How do you know? Oh yeah, the lady in the box. Oh yeah, I made fun of this last time I played it. The dialogue's funny. She's talking about how trapped she is. She can't get out of this. But she's like a fierce warrior. And I was like, this cage? She's taller than the fence. Set it on fire. People are trying to hype up the Paladin as a shadow drop. Guys, could you imagine if they charged for the Paladin? Dude, the game would be in uproar. No one's gonna do that. We all know that's not. They charged for the Spearborn. What? I thought that was not something allowed.
We need positive energy.
We do need positive energy. Guys, I know we're running in circles a little bit. I'm doing full map clear of the act.
Not yet.
All right. Very nice. Spearborn is with the expansion. You can't play it without buying it. Correct. Yeah, Spearborn's a paid class. That is correct. That is correct, Amundo. Hello, everybody. What's up, Wookie? I like paying for the content because I expect it'll be well made. When someone says it's free, I think of Facebook games. Yeah, but I mean, you know, it still requires a little bit of a mental gymnastics. I get what you're saying. Like, to you, it makes a difference, but it shouldn't. If Diablo 4 charged for Vessels of Hatred and it gave you the Spiritborn with it, or Vessels of Hatred was free, but you have to buy the Spiritborn, it should, I mean, it should be the same. Yes, they added charms and relics this update. Socketables. They also added a tab so it doesn't fill up all of your inventory. So I have found one relic, area, and base damage, and then these are all the other ones I've found. Yeah. Can anybody explain something to me? Why is it that GGG, or I guess as Jonathan said, Chris Wilson's so against a sort button in your inventory? He talked about weight of items. I think Chris is just against it. It's a weird one. Because he's old school? They want to sell more stash tabs. It's science, bro. I found a pig.
Those gods cursed bandits. We're good. Ha! My shit we took only. You seen any other maroon? Alright. I can handle myself from here.
The crabs are back. I told you guys I can't get rid of them. Orange? What?
I'm human again. Oh, fire off. I'll... Goodbye.
Uh-oh, I ate the food. I wish this game had an end game. I don't know. I don't know if this game will get an end game. I'm not sure. Okay. I gotta go up now. Died of dysentery? It happens. Why do you keep picking up all the Molly for? Is there something you'd like to tell us? I don't know, because it's a different color. They said it'll have an end game in 2026, I recall. Yeah, I'm just, you know, this is a non-live service model action RPG. Probably have some kind of like running the campaign over and over again or something on those lines is my guess. Maybe a arena or something. Very promising. You like it? Yeah, it's fun. I like it. It's change of pace. I played when early access dropped, had a blast waiting for patch stacking to go back. Yeah, right now we've gotten 2 updates since early access, like decent size updates. They added Act 2 into the game, and now they've added the Forge class and Socketables. I got the cage key. Wonder, is it time or do I wait one more? They said that within the coming weeks, which is this month, the month of December, they're going to announce their next big update, which I would guess is Act 3, is my guess. We get Act 3. So I think if you waited, that would be 3 updates that you've waited for. It should be pretty big. You'd have Act 1, Act 2, whatever the next big update is, Forge class, relics, and sockets. Pretty juicy.
A human!
Thank you. There is by Athena. Bless. I'm gonna.
Is Act 3 the final act? I thought there was 4 or 5 acts, is what I was being told. I love that they gave these sentries some like serious range. They pretty much shoot the whole screen. Look at this. PETA would not be happy right now. They're fine. Chapter 3 is likely the end of part 1. I don't know. This is... I think, you know... I like Titan Quest. Obviously, I've picked to stream it and cover it. We cover all the news for it. I like Titan Quest 1, and I do like this game. But it's going to fall into the same... It's just going to... It's going to fall into the same thing as so many of these other games. It's not PoE 1. It's not PoE. And they're just... I don't know how any of these developers deal with this. It's not a blaster. It's not a mapper. It's not going to have end games. It's not going to have crazy end game. It's not going to live service. There's not going to be leagues or seasons. Can you put Weaver's Will item in the Nemesis egg? No, you cannot. And then later, 5 more of the same act, just revisiting them over and over again indefinitely. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you asked me what the end game will likely be, that's my guess. Is, you know, you get a nightmare mode and a hell mode, stuff like that. All right. Trying to make sure I'm clearing the whole area. Can we go in here? That's why we have Diablo 4. Rotten Hole. We're in the ship. Hi.
I've been so the poor creature. Wonderful. Now, I'll make sure.
I'm on it.
Close eye on your...
Whoa, whoa. Look at that jumping. I don't know if I did this last time I played through this. I do not remember this dungeon. I have no recollection of this place. Oh, please, do nothing like Blizzard. That's the worst thing they could do. Very good, Orange. Very good. PoE 1 feels clunky and crafting is far from optimized. I mean, sure. It just, you know, this game. All I'm saying is that this game, as beautiful it is, audio, story driven, you know, I would venture to guess that this is going to be more of a campaign experience game. That's all. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, I think in this genre, it's hard for games like this to become like mainstream, huge successes. I hope it does well, so I'm playing it. I think that is the worst thing, comparing yourself to someone else. Creative process. Somebody earlier, I was like, yeah, Last Epoch's always, you know, compared to PoE, and I don't know if it's fair. And they're like, why wouldn't you be compared to the best? Doesn't matter what it is, it should always be compared to the best. I was like, I don't agree with that. Like, could you imagine you're starting a project, and if you're not the best, you're the, like,
Freedom taste my
I don't agree with that.
because Nemesis. Oh,
I thank you.
I would like that more. I'll get Titan Quest 2 a shot. Does it have achievements? I don't think so. Oh, it's a concert. Imagine if it had polka. I like the guy that came and sat on the ledge. That's a nice little little specific detail. I like that. Thanks, Aaron. Siren Song, and now we're all hypnotized. They're everywhere. Where'd they all go? That's it? I have a stupid joke for people who shave their beards. What? What? Huh? What? Not listening. Sorry. I can make out some of the Greek words of that song. The last bit was about people singing to the gods. Interesting. Hope you're ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow's LE roadmap day, right, guys? Wait, why did I bring up the roadmap? Okay, that was my fault. Sorry. Hogan said it, and then I apologize. We're not... Never mind. All right. Tomorrow of next week, no. Anyone that logs into Dwarven Realms this week gets a free mount.
Listen, Linda. Listen.
That Linda Listen one is ridiculous, Guilty. Come on. That's not funny. It's so good. Guilty, maybe we should axe the Linda Listen one, because I don't want to listen to that next time we do a subathon all the time. Can we talk about the roadmap now? No. That's my walk-on.
All right. Now can has said that there's a strong source of Nemesis energy within the Ichthian fortress to the north.
We gotta fight the big Shark
But we're
King
approaching
guy.
the center of the Ichthian's military strength. Be wary.
Pew pew. Take that. So guys, this is a multi-mastery game, just like Grim Dawn and Titan Quest 1. I have only selected one mastery. So this whole run has been only Forge.
What?
Found another pig. Water looks good. Where are the bosses? We're coming up to one of the big bosses. I'm doing full map clear, so it's just taking me a little bit because I'm kind of running in circles a little bit. Imagine tornadoes bringing enemies to your turrets. Yes. I don't know how many times I've cleared these maps, and I don't want to do it again. So when they tease that they're working on other Minion classes, I would rather just only play as the... When they drop another class, I can try it. Is that all right, Hogan? No, it's not. Kind of missing out on synergies, but it's your sleep now. Back now. Anything interesting I missed during the interview? I mean, there's a lot of questions answered. Try did go into quality of life at the end, and there's a couple of things that GGG you know, I don't know how to say this. Like, friction is very important to them. So the idea of, like, you know, you said no sort button. You know, like no sort button. No, what killed you? Couple of, oh, like trading or crafting, being able to like see possible outcomes in game without needing third-party tools. No, they like the friction. Friction sells stash tabs. I mean, I'm not going to say that, but yeah, they don't. I mean, I do appreciate it when it's they're honest. I'd rather them not say we'll look into it, even though they know it'll never gonna happen. So he's like, yeah, like we're not doing that. I was like, okay. Yeah, WASD controller and controller. All right, we cleared that whole area. Yeah, it's probably quicker to run this way. So simple stuff that's in most games. Yeah, I mean, they're just that kind of stuff. Yeah, they're not interested in. Dude, how many levels have I gotten when I'm not even paying attention? Got 9 more points. Max. Oh, this isn't maxed. Maxed. No more LE build guides anytime soon. I have 2 done. I literally have 2 LE build guides complete. I have not dropped them on YouTube because I am patiently waiting for this new roadmap. He's a monster? No. It's called strategy, bro. It's called strategy. Up there? What did I miss? I don't think you're trying to tell people you're supposed to manipulate them like that. No, that is not what it is. Current sentiment on Last Epoch is horrible. I dropped a build guide after the paid classes news, and everyone's telling me to jump off a bridge. I was like, there are people very angry. So I'm just waiting, you know, for things to normalize a little bit. It's not manipulation. Let me go see what the conversation was on about. For what? Aaron, when's the Titan Quest 2 roadmap? Do they have a roadmap? Oh, they do have a roadmap. They do have a roadmap. Well, they're not getting the support that they desire or need, so I don't blame them for making the classes paid. I mean, it's just it's really interesting that paid DLC, paid expansion, you're fine. Paid classes, you're the nuclear bomb drops. It's kind of where we're at, and everybody's entitled to their opinions. Fine, but that's the current sentiment. If EHG comes out and announces paid expansion that comes with Paradox, I don't think the nuclear level reaction happens. Locked. Let me in. Oh. What level am I? Level 28. Do they have cosmetics in this game? No. This is not a live service game. This is like, I doubt they have any paid shop with this for Titan Quest. Shoot him. Is this multiplayer good? I've never played multiplayer in this game. It has multiplayer, so I know that. Yeah, if this game's successful, it'll be monetized just like Grim Dawn through paid expansions. I like the jumping around on everything. Guilty, did you ever play multiplayer on Titan Quest 2? I got the key to the cage. What?
Not King of Tides, just won't ask. You but the King of Tides through King of
The King of Tides.
Can't help Simon behind.
We're almost at the king. How's your character's oily skin? So they updated character customization. You can do a ton now in this game. When you're choosing options for skin, one of the options is oily skin. Can you tell that I picked oily skin? Oily skin. Oh my gosh. No, yeah, me either. Yeah, it's controller support, WASD, and point and click.
Walking Ichthian skeletons, as if the living kind wasn't bad enough.
How do I get over there? Waypoint. At Brow, when they advertise a product with never paid future content, they manipulate it into buying. They would maybe not if they knew otherwise. Buying is a contract between two sides. Oh, awesome. Are you mad at EHG? Are you in the they should have shut down camp? I don't know what max level is. There's only 2 acts of the campaign in this game right now.
The Ichthians never stop sinking to new lows.
There's only 2 acts in the campaign. That's how you get it. So guys, Titan Quest 2 is like a true early access game. And I actually like the way they're doing it. They launched early access with 1 act. We then got Act 2, and then we're supposed to get the next big update. And everything that they put out is actually finished. So, for example, I started Act 2 today, and we're coming up on 4 hours. Now, to be clear, I am doing full clear of the map, including all side bosses and side quests. So this is Act 2. So you make your way through, you get to the first little town, you then cut left, knock out all this. They then fix the bridge where you could make it to the right. You go through all of this. There's a couple little places, like there's something here. But for the most part, yeah, we're now up in here almost at the king. So it's a lot. Wait. I know this. Is it Act 3 next? I don't know. They said their next big update. What are you guys talking about? Awesome. How would you prove that you only bought it for the free future content? What are you guys talking about? I'm a gamer. I can't be expected to count. Everybody knows that. Can we see the Titan Quest 2 roadmap? Shoot it down. Wait, isn't he down here? You could see him? Oh, no, not yet. Almost there. There's like the guy we gotta like tries to double cross us or something. Here he is.
I hear someone. Which assistant is that? Scales are red? Doesn't matter. Read spell from the scroll. Wait.
Get out of here. Ooh, secret spot. Go down. That was the boss? No. No. I'm playing, I have made a Sentry build that's kind of OP. So we're just kind of working our way through. It's not about my 30. They will break EU laws when the DLC drops. Awesome. You're obviously not actually mad, right? I can't tell if you're just joking around.
It feels good to be out of those accursed caves.
We're out of the caves.
Oh dear.
Oh, you hear the music? Dan it. I know Judd told you. Wait, told me what? Does Titan Quest 2 tell you what killed you? I don't know. I'll let someone kill me by the time the stream's over. Not leaking anything. Early next week is what I was told and was allowed to share. I take early next week is Monday, Tuesday. So the fact that it's Monday and we got nothing makes me put my money on tomorrow. Also, we have Diablo 4 Season 11 Game Awards and PoE 2. So the more it gets into later in the week, the much worse it is for the marketing. Do you need a level for sentries? Kind of. You get them really early. So you have to you got to level this bar to level 2, which you get a ton of points. I'm maxed already. And then you get them right here. So basically you use Blade Trap as your minion. And then once you get a few levels, you switch to Sentry. Since I'm only going 1 mastery, I gotta look over all this stuff, see what's available. 1 to 10, how hyped are you for tomorrow? I mean, I'm excited to see the news, but I mean, today kind of killed my hype because I don't know. I don't, in my head, I expected we were gonna get it today, so I'm just kind of sad about that. He's nervous. I mean, I'm maybe a little nervous. Are you playing Paladin on Friday? I don't believe those rumors till we see it. We'll be watching the Game Awards here live, so we'll see what they have in store. If they made a strong, explicit never promise at the point of sale for a specific product, releasing it soon after could breach consumer protection laws against misleading marketing. Yeah, but I mean, court cases have already been decided that once the company switches ownership, they are not required by law any of the promises of the previous company, at least in the United States. So I mean, that'd be right out the window if you called that a lie. Like, that precedent has already been decided. You go to the Last Epoch Kickstarter. It says very specifically in monetization, pay model. This one-time payment will be all that the player will have to spend to have a complete Last Epoch experience and be on the same footing as other players. So that's what you'd be going after. Technically, the expansion is free, so you don't have to spend any money on it. So you'd be arguing that having a paid Paradox class does not put people on the same footing. That would be the... Control F, Control Find. I knew where it was. The Paradox class 1's year away. Many things could change, yeah. Well, the class isn't an expansion. I think what you're paying for on the console version... I'm not going to mention it, but what is the pinned comment? Nothing! Expansion don't count under Kickstarter court cases. It's game content promised to always be included. Yeah, the expansion's free. It's not in Kickstarter anymore. People need to chill. Yeah, I thought Awesome was joking around. He is not joking around. He is very upset. About the EU suing 11th Hour Games or something.
Yes, goddess.
Here he is.
Warriors strong. We will conquer more human lands. Find more Titan Ichor.
Will you? Or will you fail again? Perhaps another Ichthian would do better as king.
All right, I'll try not to kill him too fast.
No other has teeth so
I'll try not to kill him too fast.
strong. Someone here. Intruder. Human. The one you seek, mistress.
Of course.
Her head will be yours, goddess. Warriors, attack! Attack! Kill the intruder! Cut off her head! The goddess demands it! It's stronger than this! Show how sharp our claws are! I will show you true strength! Here! Your head is gift for Nemesis.
The sentries were already made.
Your broken body. Goddess!
Good riddance to that ridiculous Ichthian king. I'm glad you avenged the people of Pyrgos.
You're a lightning arrow meta player now? What? Might versus technology. We know who wins. Amazing skill there. Well, I wanted to show you the mechanics of the boss fight, but my sentry's
farming the meta.
I'm not farming the meta. Everybody knows that. Look, now look. I gotta listen to this lady. Look. Look.
The Ichthians serve for their purpose. Defeating them is no great feat.
Aaron created the meta that everyone else farming. Get it right. Orange, that's not funny.
What seems to be your boggle?
Titan Quest has a meta now. How sad. I had a very simple plan. I was reading all the stuff for sentries, and it said it had activations, how many times it shoots. And then it had multiplicative damage per activations. So I took max activations, multiplicative damage per activations, an extra summons, and then I went up here and took double activation chance. And then on my gear, I took activations. That's why they shoot for so long. That's it. That's all I did. And then I took all the boosted...
There's nothing I can say that doesn't sound weird.
I did not go meta. Meta slave. What?
You found it. And when she was
You used to be a player with your own way to play. Now you're stuck chasing builds that the forums all say are the best of the best. Gotta follow the crowd. Lost your spark, lost your edge, but you're gaming so loud. Every patch note you hang on the line, waiting for the nerfs to crush your design. You're not a player, just a pawn in the game, grinding out the meta while you crush your own name. sleep. Remember when the game was fun? When you didn't chase the number one. Every class was fair game to try. Now it's all spreadsheets, do or die. Just use the crit build. Why don't you max strengths? This class is trash, bro. Meta slave, chain to the build. All your fun's been killed. Copy paste the guide, don't think twice. Meta slave, where's your dice? Can't break free. You're in too deep. Reroll your soul, but you'll never sleep.
Yes, honestly.
So roll the dice and take a chance. Break the chains, make your own stance. The meta's fleeting, but you could be free. Don't let the game turn you into me.
Just use the crit build. All right, we didn't cover this part of the map and up here. I'm not build master. I'm legit following your Reaper build for next season in PoE 1. I keep telling myself I need to put out one more video. The actual Reaper build in its current form is ridiculous. It's very different than the build I put out because I continued to update it. I greatly dislike my current build. Final Reaper is awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. And you don't have to click any buttons. Hey, Guilty, did you find out about summon wolves? Are they a minion or what? So it's a lazy Reaper build. Yes. Oh no, it's a puzzle. We hate puzzles. Okay, hold on. This turns on those three. Okay. This turns on these two. The smartest man alive. It's like I look at the puzzle and my brain turns into math mode and I start doing all the different ways to construct the pillar, the fire, and then we fix it. It's like we get it, and once it clicks, it clicks. Bingo. Uh-oh. Oh, sure. What?
Negative. I am a meat popsicle.
Come on, guys. I'm running your lightning meteor source, 1400 damage. It's fun. Nice. Okay. That was worth it. No, we're not going down the hill yet. All right, everybody. You ready for this? We killed all the enemies. We ran all the way to this sector of the map, killed all the enemies, solved the puzzle for this loot explosion. We got the key. Ready? That's not funny. That's not funny. It. PoE 2 loot. Where's the explosion? That was some explosion. Guys, I would. Did you unlock the loot? Oh, brother. All right, guys. What? Maybe those are good crafting blues. Wait, Aaron, there's no crafting in this game. He grabbed the red ring so fast we didn't see it. It's compiling shaders.
I'd buy that for $1.
You keep opening chests and getting the same explosions. How do you do it? Aaron, G2DP was wondering what ARPG you recommend after LE. Is it PoE 2 or Titan Quest? You'll need the loot explosions for $99. Okay. Aaron, I'm done with Last Epoch for now. I need to know if I should get PoE 2 or Titan Quest. The answer to that is how many hours do you need to eat up? Titan Quest 2 right now only has 2 acts. So if you like really spread out your time, you could maybe get 15, 20 hours out of the game. That 15, 20 hours I think is good, but it's just not a live service model game. It is a early access title. So that's where it gets tough. So if you're just like, hey, I'm looking for a fun weekend experience, I actually recommend Titan Quest 2. I think it's a good weekend experience. If you are looking for something to sink your teeth into with build guides, leveling guides, end game, gear hunt.
Give me the apple. No mortal, give me the apple. The apple is mine. Yes. You fool. You should have chosen me. Silent. I am the victor.
How about the pace of Titan Quest 2 content-wise? The pacing's a pretty interesting conversation. I am a fan of the pacing of this game. It's a really good change of pace compared to the zoom everyone's used to. So I actually think of that as a selling point in this game. There's a lot of people that are like, it's just too damn slow. I can't do it. I love the environment and the area and the soundtrack and the music and the dialogue. I actually think they've done a really good job constructing this world. But yeah, if you're just like I skip the campaign as fast as humanly possible type of person, like you're really gonna dislike this game. You're really not gonna like it. And the soundtrack and the music, yeah, it's great. To be fair, it's the same pace as Titan Quest 1. But that could be outdated for some folks. Heli, Grim Dawn, PoE 2, Titan Quest 2. That's your list where you put it. Can I still get a refund on D3? I spent $300 on it. $300 bucks? Burial Cave. Did we go in there? Wait, let me clear this. Grim Dawn expansion comes out spring, summer 2026. But just keep in mind they're locking content behind paid, you know, paid classes content. So I don't know if anybody's gonna, you know. Everyone's probably upset. Okay. The DLC's been in production for, it was supposed to drop in like 2024. Then they pushed it 2025, then they pushed it 2026. So. I'm sure at least 2 people complained on Reddit. No. Titan Quest is, or Grim Dawn has always locked their content behind paid DLCs. Nobody cares. Aaron over here stirring the pot. No, I'm just messing around. Just joking.
You have gold.
What?
Good. More gold. More gold.
I'm gonna keep giving it gold.
More gold. More gold.
Dude, these maps are huge. 4 hours and 10 minutes on this act. I'm trying to do a full map clear. All right. Let's knock out this one. Bro, that was better than your chest loot explosion. You should have kept going. What do you mean?
More gold. More gold.
How much gold do I have? 48,000. Speed running? That is where we wanted to go. Do you have movement speed build in Titan Quest 2? This isn't a zoom game. There is movement skills. I just haven't taken a second mastery. I don't think they're... Forge Call. This is Ball Lightning. Minefield. Blade Trap. Armor Eruption. No, there's no movement skill for Forge. All right, I don't know if I've done this. Let's see. We have an evade. Look, I'm holding evade. I'm not sprinting. It's not working. You are missing your secondary mastery. Correct. I haven't picked one. I think once we finish this cave, we should be good. Your minions could shoot lightning arrows and fires. And fire as well. Set the building on fire. It's okay to be upset with companies promise things and don't deliver. GGG said revamped Endgame Point 4 not happening. Blizzard said Ladder Tower Season 11 not happening. EHG said no paid content after initial purchase. Failed to deliver. All the live service games going doo-doo. Yeah, but Grim Dawn never said that. You're right. In the action RPG world, I mean, I try to split the the genre a little bit. If it's not live service, it's different. Look at that beautiful water. Look at that. Beautiful, Clark. Orange, if you need any help, I'll be upstairs asleep. We need to lower our expectations. Maybe a little. No, we could only jump down, not go up. No. Tomorrow we're going to be streaming Last Epoch, because we're going to get this awesome roadmap and we're going to be discussing it and talking about season 4, 5, and expansion. We're going to be so stoked and happy and pumped and juiced. And everything's going to go back to normal. Everyone's going to be happy. Right?
Sure.
They could! Enter... Wait, didn't I pick up all the pieces? It's not a funny joke. That's what's gonna happen. Ichi could hand out free Ferraris and people would complain about the color. Okay, that's half true. Everybody knows that. All right, this is all now done. Oh, you know what we did? I got the key to free that lady from her cage. Where was that? Cage lady. Somewhere up here? Ichi, kick my dog. I don't have a dog. No, cage lady's not there. Is she? No. We're just going to be so hyped by the news that everyone's going to be excited. Is what it is. Sure. This poor person, I have the key to let her out of that cage she can't get out of. I don't remember where she is. Damn cage ladies. Who's your cope dealer? All right, let's go in the portal. Probably because you didn't read the quest. I read it. Maybe I already let her out of the quest. I don't know. Last Epoch is just like Wolcen 2.0 of the ARPG world. Nobody talked about LE except the EHG execs laughing at Crafton, who paid 90+ million for a game they said isn't even making money. Last Epoch is certainly not like Wolcen, if you're just talking the story of each game. Wolcen didn't have a Kickstarter. Actually, that's not true. They did have a Kickstarter. Everyone hated them because they changed the game so much. Okay, they did have a Kickstarter, and everybody was mad because they change the Kickstarter. Wait, is Last Epoch like Wilson? I'm Ron Burgundy? They died to bugs and quit development. I'm going in the portal.
Right. Stick close together. These old halls aren't safe.
All right. Let's finish up this campaign. Project Diablo 2? Is that what we're talking about? I say this all the time. Multiple things can be true. People could hate Wolcen and think it's a bad game, and Wolcen could make a truckload of money, which it did. Enough to fund the studio for the last almost 7 years, and currently have in development 3 new games. So, yeah. Let me in. Where's the fish man? Pretty much.
Let's go find Skilla.
Yes.
Time to face her. Oh.
Wolcen was so bad, I got it pirated and didn't play past the tutorial. You thought Wolcen was bad?
Keep the restless dead off me while I figure this out.
We just recently did a full playthrough in April of Wolcen. Well, I guess not recently. It's not as bad as... I mean, if you played it in its completed state, it's okay now.
How does this... damn rusted thing. Perhaps.
So as an April Fool's joke, I booted up Wolcen, and I had like 150 people watching asking tons of questions because they couldn't believe it. They're like, wait, I thought this is the worst ARPG ever. Why does it look so good? And I'm like, well, you know, it's built on CryEngine. It's very, very nice looking. You almost got me to buy it. I know. I know. Wolcen shortly before shutdown, dev stop works pretty nice. Wolcen in its completed phase is a fine. It's an average ARPG. Nothing great, but it's not the worst.
Oh, I miss when the priests opened them for me. Let's do the same as last time. I'll go right and pull the lever. You go left and find the release mechanism to unlock it.
Sounds good. I found the lever. You can get Wolcen now for 85% off. What a steal.
Crumbling ruins. We're cut off. You go on. I'll find a way around. Try not to get into too much trouble.
I'll try not to get in too much trouble.
All alone, you little rat. I see you down there. Soon you will face me and die. But first, I want you to understand.
Skilla, I'm in love with you. You feel the same, don't you?
No. I'm sorry. I do not love you.
Dude, I would be excited if they announced Wilson too. I'd probably be the only person. Honestly, I would be too. Wilson was fun.
And so she deserves eternal punishment for this crime.
Did someone say Wilson too? Yes.
I don't care how you punish her, just punish her. Don't make me go to Zeus.
As you demand.
Oh, Glaucus. Poor Skilla. I had no idea.
All right, everybody. This is the final push for Act 2 of the current Titan Quest early access.
Do you see the truth now? The gods like Glaucus are selfish children, ruining this world with power they lack the wisdom to wield. Only raising Kronos can wipe away these last cursed millennia of tyranny. The Moirai are cruel, sending someone so weak to challenge me. At least you won't suffer in Hades for long. When I'm done, you'll have never even been born. What? No! The die files should serve me!
It's true, you are weak. Yeah, right. Can't break that shield. Fire away, fire away.
Praise the Moirai.
Harbingers! Kill them for me!
Yeah,
now!
right.
I was being merciful. I helped you understand why. I was going to make your end quick. I may not be able to kill you myself, but my servants will eviscerate you.
Yep, yep. I've heard it all before. We'll have Grim Dawn 2 in, I would guess like 2032, 2033. Unless Skynet takes over, then we'll, you know. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. If you're going to shoot, shoot. Don't talk. Have they said anything about the release date for Grim Dawn DLC? Spring, summer 2026.
Wait! May you be
We don't
the
call it
bane
Skynet
of
anymore. We call it
sailors who
Crafton.
worship
Oh,
you.
brother. No, gauntlets.
I may not be able to attack you directly, but the same isn't true of poor old Glaucus. It's been too long since I last saw him face to face.
That was Glaucus. He's in trouble.
What? I pulled. Oh, I pulled it. Oh, there it is. This class is too good. Nerf it. What do you mean? I actually like this lore. Yeah, it's good.
I've left a gift for you. Just ahead. I hope you enjoy it.
I hope you enjoy it. Level 30. We're level 30.
Here.
You got knocked up.
I'm sorry. Oh. No.
I was never going to let anyone who helped you survive. Skila, wake up. I have a meal for you.
Smokey! Wait. This ain't enough.
Hungry. So hungry.
Frickin' Julra, dude. Yeah.
Little rat.
You cannot escape me. Enough.
These boss fights need more friction, or they need to nerf turrets.
Oh, yes. Yes, mistress.
In the days to come, you'll wish you died a clean death in battle. This much, I promise you.
The hunger. It
That's the
has
same
lifted.
boss as the LE campaign, you don't say.
I remember everything. Why,
We came with Glauca.
Glauca?
He...
Nemesis lives. How dare she turn me into a monster? You
We must...
are worthy. I will... There. Quickly, step through to Olympus.
Step through to Olympus. All right, Tekken. Ugh. All right, everybody. Titan Quest 2 campaign done. Now when everyone asks me, Aaron, what do you think of the Forge class? I'll have something to say. Sentries are broken. Tomorrow, hopefully we have all the news on Last Epoch. I'm excited to read through it. When the news drops, we'll be streaming LE and discussing it. Thanks-a-thon kicks off on Friday. Thursday, we will be doing the live watch party for the Game Awards and seeing if there's any D4 news. And yeah, I think that's everything that's going on. Can you show your build, please? In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. And I'm out. Peace. Okay. My build is very simple. I'm only using one mastery. Maxed out sentries with activations. Tempered arsenal. And then I've gone full minions damage, full minions damage, full minions health and armor, and full minions activation. Sentries are OP. They're not OP. They're okay. They're decent. They're decent. But yeah. All right. I'm done. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.
Thank you.